on. Pay Whistler at 3-1. Yo Dog second. Philo Beto third. They're racing, and they've broken a line. D'Angelo came out of the gate like a shot. Bavaria Road is a firster with good early speed. Inside of that, the man, the myth, watching that breakneck pace battle from 6 out of it, and far, far clear from Tell 'em I'm Coming. And Piercy Road begins to scoot up through the inside, but 15 out of it. D'Angelo has the lead from Bavaria Road, and D'Angelo attempting to discourage that first-time starter, runs away by 1.5. Bavaria Road in second by 7. The man, the myth is next. Then it's Piercy Road, second last but running on. And in last is Tell 'em I'm Coming. D'Angelo still leading it from a tenacious Bavaria Road. Bavaria Road ridden rigorously, and D'Angelo cruises along to the outside. And now Carmona asks the question, and it's D'Angelo leading it by 1.5. Bavaria Road. Piercy Road is in third, continuing to chug away, 7 out of it. After that, it's Tell 'em I'm Coming. It is D'Angelo. D'Angelo splashes along, spotless cap to boot, to a maiden breaking score. 6-4-5 in race 2. And they're racing. Perfect start. They've broken a line. From the center, Color Me Legendary showing really good early speed. And it's Color Me Legendary getting down to the inside and leading it 1 and change. In tightly was Cowboy Cause. That one has been overtaken by Michaelante, who gallops up to join the lead. And now 6 and 5 race 3 lengths away from the rest of them. Cowboy Cause to the inside, joined by Cal L. Mr. Insensitive is outside of them. The rider has the pink helmet cover. Those 5 are separated by 5 and are 2.5 clear from LL's Classy Dude. And Who Does It Better is next. Just 6, maybe 7 from front to back as they head up the Canterbury Park Barnside race 3 Thursday. 6-5-5-6. Color Me Legendary to the inside of My Colante. Color Me Legendary pulling away by a half. Color Me Legendary trying to open up on the field. My Colante sticking to him. Mr. Insensitive on the move in third. Cal L ships all in, 4 out of it. 2.5 to the good of Cowboy Cause, who's 2.5, 3 clear from Who Does It Better. LL's Classy Dude is now 10 out of it. Round about the quarter pole, My Colante, Color Me Legendary, Mr. Insensitive on the 3 wide side. Cowboy Cause right behind them, 3 lengths from it, and up goes My Colante. My Colante trying to say adios. Cowboy Cause running a wonderful race to the inside of Mr. Insensitive, and Color Me Legendary is also right there, but it's My Colante to gallop to victory at 3.5 to 1. 5-2-8 in race 3. And they're racing. racing. Swift beginnings for all. Riding Solo outbreaks the field, and the one to the far outside with a killer crossover gets down to the inside, doing so speedily, and it's Riding Solo and Carmona opening up by 2. In second is Cat with Class, about to be joined by Kirill the Thrill on the move. Sweet Bodymeister on the move. Cat on the Prowl is shaken up very, very hard, beginning to close in a smidge, about 5 out of it, and to the outside of Straight from the Deuce. Then we come back to Legacy in the Making, who's wide. Around about the quarter pole, Riding Solo at 4.5 to 1, still has the lead. Riding Solo looking to find the highway home. Kirill the Thrill is outside of that one. Right behind them, Straight from the Deuce. Cat on the Prowl has to do a lot more on this class drop to win. Into the final furlong, Riding Solo, gate to wire on his mind. It is Riding Solo finding more into the final football field, and Riding Solo has stolen it. 8-5-2 in race 4. And they're racing. Johnny Darr is the gray who jumps out of the gate speedily and immediately puts a 1.5 lengths on the field. Reduceur at 9-2 is looking to join to the outside. And after that, we come back to Coastal Water. So they're separated by 3 as they pass us for the first time in the early stages of the race. If you're on Johnny Darr, that's Brian Pena riding this one, what are you looking to do now at 1.25 miles?
He looks like he got out of there and got good position, and just try not to let anybody hit him too much here, and save a little, because he's got a long way to go.
Now, the opening quarter is 24.93. That's 24-4, with Johnny Darr still showing the way. Redueur still second. After that, Coastal Waters. And at 1.25 miles, you know, can you tell by watching right now as they head up the backstretch, like who has a tight hold, who is starting to ask their horse to run a little bit? Can you see that at this stage of the race?
Yes, I can tell. Obviously, the 3, he's got him held pretty good here, and the 10, he's having a nickel at his to keep up, and the 8, he better get going.
So if you're riding the 10 or the 8 with Johnny Darr still showing the way, how do you know when it's time to push the button? Does the horse kind of tell you whether he or she is on or off the bit?
The good ones, yeah, for sure. I wouldn't be wanting to let that 3 get much further away from me right here. He's kind of taking it to him.
Yeah, Johnny Darr's 1-5, prohibitively favored, and is drawing away now. You see Constantino Roman working hard on Redueur, and then you come back to Coastal Waters about 10 lengths out of it. It's been 3-10-8 every step of the way as they come down the stretch. If you're riding one of the 2 chasing this gray, now you start to think about the owners, right? Like purse money for second or third, right?
For sure, for sure. It's hard for those horses to chase down a runaway leader like that.
That is Johnny Darr with Brian Pena taking them wire to wire at 1.25 miles. After that, we have Redueur and Coastal Waters, and Kelsey Haar analyzing race number 5 for us. Did you have fun?
Oh, heck yeah. Y'all have a good night.
Good. And they're off. Oh, Babe, quick to the front, joined by Savona. Outside is the favorite, always smiling. Shack stateside's right there. Here comes the youngster, Valhalla Vixen, to intensify that early pace. Honorable Mischief is sitting 3 lengths off those leaders, and Mia Baby can see them all. Only 5 lengths, though, cover this field from front to back. And Valhalla Vixen puts the neck in front. Clinging to that one is Savona. Oh Babe is starting to feel the heat, and Always Smiling is trying to press and pounce. Shack Stateside has spun back to 5th. Then we come back 5 lengths to Honorable Mischief, and Mia Baby's trying to close in. Top of the Canterbury stretch, and Valhalla, Vixen, and Savona battle inside. Outside, here's Always Smiling. In between is Oh Babe from the back of the pack. Mia Baby is charging. Final football field they come. Oh Babe to the inside. Always Smiling to the outside. Always Smiling in time.
And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Lucky Supernova is the gray to the outside, looking to dash down and grab the early lead. Meanwhile, Smack Over Lime and Fausto da Silva grab the lead and open up by 2. It is Smack Over Lime now joined by a Headstrong Ukraine Strong, and that 4 rallies right to the lead, and the pace intensifies. More Money Mo watches the pace battle from 2.5 out of it. Then we come to Lucky Supernova. The gray outbroke the field, but now is doing the moonwalk 7 lengths from it. Blues Traffic passes that one, and the one in last is Proof of Purchase, and they're covered by 12 as they splash up the Canterbury Park barnside. Ukraine Song leads it by 2.5. Ukraine Song from Smack Over Line, who's being ridden hard to keep up, joined and passed by More Money Mo. After that, Lucky Supernova looking to re-engage, but passed by Blues Traffic, who's on the move. Meanwhile, Ukraine Strong looking strong, opening up by 3. After that, we have Proof of Purchase. Way back in last is Booster, and they're arriving at the top of the stretch, chasing a Headstrong Ukraine Strong, and now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch, chasing Ukraine Strong. Ukraine Strong from More Money Mo, and on the outside, Proof of Purchase is finishing with interest. Between runners is Blues Traffic. It is still Ukraine Strong, but now it is Proof of Purchase grabbing the lead at 3.5 to 1. Blues Traffic, check that. Ukraine Strong trying to fight off that one with Blues Traffic, but it's Proof of Purchase prevailing at the wire. And they're racing, and in the lucky last, Tactical Attack shows terrific early speed, and so does Citrus Bay to the inside. My Crazy Neighbor 3 lengths out of it, and Tactical Attack at 8 to 5 attacks the field with the lead and opens up by 3. Blue Skies and Angels is advancing 6 out of it to the inside of Outrun 'em, and the one in last is Reef's Destiny, last in 10 lengths, rearmost. Off the far turn they travel. Tactical Attack, Citrus Bay makes a sharp move at 4 to 1. Citrus Bay takes the lead approaching the top of the stretch. After that, Outrun 'em. My Crazy Neighbor needs to give a lot more. After that, Blue Skies and Angels and Reef's Destiny, the veteran, still double digits out of it. Citrus Bay. Citrus Bay, Outrun 'em, game to the outside. Then it's My Crazy Neighbor rolling up into 3rd. Blue Skies and Angels to the inside. Reef's Destiny running on from behind, but nobody's beating Outrun 'em, who outran 'em.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as Joe Charlie leads us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota for Festival of Champions Night. Under beautiful sunny skies, the main track is fast and the turf course is firm. If you'll get your programs ready, we'll go over the changes on today's 8-race card. Race 1, jockey change on the 3, Dakota Wood. Dakota Wood rides the 3 Little Sister Run in the first. The new owner now for the 10 is the estate of Ken Quaid. That's in the lid lifter, which starts the 50-cent first 5, pick 5. Race 2, both the 1 and 3 now owned by the estate of Ken Quaid. Owner updated for 1 and 3. No changes in the third. Race 3 is free and clear. Race 4, take out the 6, Xavier Dave. Race 4, scratch 6. Race 5 has no changes. The 5th race, free and clear. In race 6, scratch the 7, Mighty Maddie. Race 6, take out that 7. Race 7 has no changes. 7th, free and clear. Race 8, take out the 3, General Battle Axe. Race 8, scratch 3. Fast and firm, 8 stakes races for you, 2 quarter horse, 6 thoroughbred. For an update on all the excitement here for the weekend at Canterbury, we throw it over to Angela Herman and Jeff Madej.
Well, thank you, Kevin, and welcome to Canterbury Park, the 31st rendition of the Minnesota Festival of Champions, the biggest night of racing each and every year at Canterbury. I'm Jeff Madej. I'm joined by Angela Herman. You'll find her in the paddock often tonight, giving you some winners, giving you some analysis. But tonight, Ange, let's start out by looking at the weekend ahead and tomorrow's festivities, Best in Show.
Yes, Best in Show brings together the Bulldogs, the Dachshunds, the Corgis, everybody back for the best in show tomorrow, September 1st, and there'll be heats throughout the day and then the best of show after race number 7.
Yeah, lots of dog racing, so that's always fun. Big day for the families. And then we do have Labor Day racing on Monday, a special Labor Day card. That starts at 1 o'clock as well. Also, if you're interested in buying a racehorse, and there's some horses that are running tonight in the Festival of Champions that did go through a sale last year, and they're running as 2-year-olds. Some are some older horses as well, but there's a horse sale on Sunday. You can buy yearlings. You could buy horses that are already in training and in racing. And that's a fun event, and it's a chance to get yourself into the ownership side of the business. So check that out. You can find information at CanterburyPark.com. Let's take a look at the jockey and trainer standings brought to you by Loeffler. We call it the Loeffler Leaderboard.
Yes, and Edgardo had tied things up with Luis Fuentes. No, still one behind. They both had an active day on Thursday, and that's where they sit.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Eddie G tied Luis, and Luis had a big night the other night. So that's close. Mac Robertson, he is our leading thoroughbred trainer. We can see the standings there soon, but he's got a number of horses in tonight. Now, he could have swept the entire card. In fact, Jay Litza, the handicapper for the Star Tribune, had him winning all 6 thoroughbred races. Xavier Dave is out, so he can't do that, but he could still win 5, I suppose, according to Jay. Big lead for him over Jose Silva Jr.
Yes, he's had quite an authoritative lead for a little bit. And Jose Silva is one that you got to talk to about one of his new trainees involved in Festival Day. Mac always with a loaded hand on Festival Day, and I would not expect him to go any less than about 3 wins on the card. I got him on a few. I don't have him sweeping the card like Jay Litza, but there are lots of possibilities, lots of talented Minnesota breds in that barn.
And you just might have Jose on a winner. We'll talk about that race momentarily. Let's take a look at the quarter horse standings possibly, and there they are. And we're going to see both leaders in action tonight.
Yeah, I think they'll start right off with a win. I would think that Armando Alvarez and Jason Olmstead might team up with Delilah. We know that family quite well here in Minnesota. Just Rocket Man and Dickie Bob, and now their little sister Delilah, looking to set their hoof prints in the history of Minnesota quarter horse racing and the connections that go along with it, win an awful lot of races at Canterbury, and they are the leaders again this year.
Absolutely, and they're always prominent. Now, the Festival of Champions, as I said, is the biggest day each and every year, and in fact, you look back at the history of it, it was the final day of racing in 1992 when Ladbroke wanted to shut the track down, and the horsemen wanted to show them that racing could succeed. Now, they closed it anyway, but it came back in 1995, and we've run the festival every year since. And you can see here the leading trainers for the quarter horses and for the thoroughbreds. Max won 40 races on Festival Day. Pretty impressive when you think about Brunel Roan, who's been here each and every year since this track opened in 85. He's got 20 wins. Mac is tough. He just has some of the better horses in the categories that we run on Festival night.
Yeah, and over a quarter of those wins have come in the Blair's Cove, but there's a crucial scratch in the Blair's Cove tonight, and that could change things around as far as gaining title number 12 for Mac Robertson. However, he has some loaded hands in the other races, especially with his fillies tonight, but a juvenile colt that might take some attention too. There's a reason why all those wins are there. It's because he has all the categories covered, and even if they can stay separate through the year, then sometimes they have to converge on Festival Day, and he just loads himself up with possibilities to win. Hey, there's Paul Allen. Look at that.
When he's not calling the races, he's making coffee.
He's delivering coffee.
It's fantastic. Thank you, Paul. You can see some other trainers on that list that have horses in the night. Joel Byrne certainly has a big chance to win. You're hoping that he wins a specific race.
Oh, of course I am.
Dave Van Winkle, Hall of Famer. Dick Hansen's got a shot. He's won 7 festival races. Gary Shear, maybe we're not going to talk a lot about his horses probably tonight, but he's got some sneaky chances as well. So that's what's cool about Festival. Yeah, Mac wins a lot, but he doesn't win them all. And same on the quarter horse side. Now, look, if you look at Ed Hardy, and keep in mind, we only run 2 quarter horse races on Festival every year. He's got 21 wins. I mean, he went through a period where it was just hardy, and that's the way it was going to be each and every year.
He's won the Futurity 11 times.
It's crazy, isn't it, to have that kind of firepower. Now, Ed's kind of cut back a little bit, not training here as much. He's gotten into developing younger horses. He still runs here, still runs in Iowa, still runs at Remington Park. Jason kind of became the new Ed Russ Hardy, and he's won a ton of races. He's loaded tonight. Like you said, he could or should win the first, and if he swept the quarter horse portion of this card, wouldn't be a surprise at all.
No, wouldn't be a surprise. He's won the Futurity 5 times, and when you do have stables like that with these state-bred horses, I mean, it's not easy to win any race a couple of times, much less as many as they have, and they do bring the main contenders, I mean, at least in the estimation of the Steam team in the Futurity, and they look to add to those totals, 11 and 21, respectively.
It's cool to see some of these other names, like Asher Murray. We saw him on the list. His daughter now, Brianna McDaniel, is a trainer. It's cool to see that go on. Dale Hagelin, he's not really training anymore, but he's still owning and breeding. he's an owner of one of these horses. So, and Vic Hansen, he does it all. He's got thoroughbreds and quarter horses.
It's what festival's for. You see multi-generational people, families with horses. You see a lot of horses that come from the same family trees and are making their own names in Minnesota history, and some 2-year-olds coming up to try to stamp their name as the next winner of the Northern Lights Futurity. The Debutant also coming a little bit later tonight, but the Futurity will be the first of the juvenile races. It comes up in the 3rd. It's a part of the first 5. And your morning line favorite was Waka Waka, a horse who won at second asking, did so in rather atypical fashion, I'd say, for a lot of the 2-year-old races here. Just blew by everybody on the outside. There should be some pace for him to chase, but there are some changes in order, including an import from the east in Chipotle.
Well, that one interests me because it only ran one time, and they ran it in a maiden claiming race, 25,000, so which is still a lot of money. But I always look at intention. Like, were they willing to lose that horse?
He was in with a waiver tag.
Okay, well.
So no, I don't think that they did.
All right. Well, and the horse went wire to wire and could be, if you look at the fractions, and it's hard to compare one track to the next, but this horse ran much faster fractions than anyone else in this race on the early fractions anyway. I don't know. What are your thoughts on Chipotle? I did look at the race. It looks like a nice racehorse.
Yeah, no, and he got into stride very quickly. I mean, even though he loaded from the outside, natural advantage as far as that goes. I mean, he got out quick, but then he put a couple of lengths on them right away, just boom, boom. So he will be a challenge for anybody who wants to go to lead with him. I've been told he's a very diminutive sort of horse on the smaller side, but, you know, Chipotle in the middle of the field might be able to jet out of there and get clear of any traffic from his inside or outside from where he landed in the gate.
And you like I'll Make Bank for Jose Silva
I do.
Jr. Yeah, and that horse will be, I think, a bit of a price, too. They might overlook it because Mac's horse is going to get bet, I think, down from that 9 to 2 morning.
All speed. I have been known to lean that way when it comes to racing, but I've been known to be a little bit biased as far as Minnesota-bred turf mares goes. So the Princess Elaine, your thoughts?
Well, you talk about speed. I think Cupid's Crush might be the speed. Now, maybe your favorite horse in the entire world, Midnight Current, could show some speed, or at least pressing, right? Could force the pace. And I'm kind of stuck with Let's Skedaddle. It's the runner-up each and every time. I think finished second to Midnight Current 5 times. So that, maybe it's that simple. It's the 2 over the 1-3-1-3.
Maybe it could be. This is not one of those races that you look for in trying to be a contest separator or in trying to make your billions. This is one of those that's more of a showcase because it could well be her very last start. And I think that she has a case to be put into the Hall of Fame sometime in the future with all the good work that she's done and with how consistent she's been in amongst some very tough Minnesota breds, this group included. And you do get one of the younger new faces in the group with retired Kathy. Maybe a bit of improvement with her. She could come back and try to make it 2 in a row and try to upset Midnight Current.
Right. She looked good winning on the dirt, certainly. And so retired Kathy and ran against Open Company all winter at Tampa, too. So that race, if it's not Midnight Current, I think it could be any of them. It really is a deep and very rich field. So it's going to be a lot of fun. That's probably your feature race of the evening. I think it's going to be one of the more interesting because probably Midnight Current's final race of her career. And it has been a Hall of Fame career. I grant you that. Now, we need to make some Hall of Fame money with the pick 5. Can it be done tonight? You're going to have to find something outside of the chalk if you're going to make a ton on the pick 5.
Yeah, otherwise, you really got to press. If you do like some horses like Midnight Current and you like them, a couple of them in the same sequence, you do have to press those and maybe play a couple of times. You know, play it for $1 rather than 50 cents. Play it for a couple of dollars. If you really like a lot of the short price horses along the way, that's about what you have to do. Or find an alternative. You know, we have plenty of vertical alternatives within these races. You can now do superfectas up to 5 or more, and you can do trifectas, dollar minimum on the exactas. I mean, there's other ways to navigate through it if you do like some horses that are at prices that you maybe just don't think can overcome an Extreme Diva or a Midnight Current or somebody along the way that you just think is insurmountable on the front end, or just a horse that's going to be way too tough to hold off. I think that the pick 5s, even though they are a 10% takeout wager, are not always meant to be a 50-cent minimum, and tonight's one of those nights.
Yeah, hit that repeat button. Absolutely. Now, it's going to be your job to give people some winners as part of the STEAM team. And the other 2/3 of the STEAM team, Kevin Gorg and Paul Allen, they're about to commence a program we call Today at the Races. It's in the Cantor Theater right next to the paddock, right where you're going to find that Sunday horse sale. You're going to want to head down there right now because it's time for the action to get started. Today at the Races, coming up next, Touchdown Tile. They bring it to you. Enjoy Minnesota Festival of Champions.
Hello. Welcome to Today at the Races, sponsored by Touchdown Tile and TouchdownTile.com. Your announcer, Paul Allen. Kevin Gorg, member of the STEAM team, announcer and also analyst. You'll hear from and see Angela Herman a lot this evening. And everybody's going to be prominent all over the racetrack because it's Festival of Champions Day. It's a signature day at Canterbury Park. And right as the Rocky theme ended, because there are some looking to be Rocky and pull major upsets, those looking to be Rocky and hold on to championships or ascend to the top. But right before all that, right as that was happening, we were trying to get steam from one of the owners, Pete Matson, who has 4 horses in this evening. And right as the Rocky theme ended, Mr. Matson left and didn't get a chance to ask him about the horses. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, Pete does pretty well on these big days, has for years. He's got great horses. He's got a really good barn. Tim Padilla takes care of a lot of those horses for him, and he's had a lot of success on festival nights. So when you're handicapping these races, that is certainly something to consider. And he mentioned tonight, as we were talking, that normally he's the guy to beat. Tonight, he's the outsider looking to pull off some upsets, and we want to see upsets. You know, it's going to be great to see some champions as favorites. I'll use Midnight Current. This might be the last time we get to see her run. She's special, but I want to see some prices. I want to see some upsets. I want to pick 5 to have a chance to pay a big number, and that's what you hope for a night like tonight.
You working in the paddock, you chat with Pete Matson more than I do during racing-related situations. So just top of your head, what's his percentage? How reliable is he when he says that there could be an upsetter tonight, boys? Beware.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. There are some owners that are like Eeyore that say, well, we're in tough. We might get a rough trip and yada, yada.
Yeah.
Pete is the exact opposite. He believes, and I think it's part of the reason he's had success, but he truly believes year in, year out, race in, race out, that his horses are going to win. And so take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, and that's part of being part of the STEAM team. That's why we're called the STEAM team. Jeff Madej gave us the nickname, myself, Kevin, and Angela, because of conversations like that. Like I was texting trainer Joel Burnt last night about something, and right before I could start to get into the steam for the STEAM team, I asked a question, and he's like, well, hopefully they all run well. The weather comes up nice. Everybody gets good trips. I'm like, all right, my man, love you. God bless. Good luck tomorrow. So that just further personifies the significance of today for us here at Canterbury. It's the state tournament of horse racing, hundreds of thousands of dollars in purse money. Can't wait. And before we start handicapping, Sunday, September 8th, so coming up a week from Sunday, we have the Minnesota Thoroughbred Sale. So for those of you who have wanted to own horses, name horses, and stuff like that, we have a yearling sale at 4 o'clock, September 8th. A paddock sale follows. And if you want information on getting into the ownership side of the horse racing business, go to CanterburyPark.com/horseman. And Sunday, September 8th, I'm going to look at it like this. Vikings beat the New York Giants at noon. Then you find and name a horse of your dreams after the game, which you can watch here at Canterbury. And that's September 8th, 4 o'clock. Minnesota Thoroughbred Sale, CanterburyPark.com/horseman. Ready to go?
Ready to roll, PA.
Let's. So the festival day begins with the Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity. Purse of $48,000. We have no scratches, no jockey changes. I'm on number 5, Delilah. This is 8-1 on the morning line. HOF trainer, his go-to rider here at Canterbury. And Kevin goes with Ed Ross Hardy for the Wilmus gang with number 8.
Never, ever overlook Ed Ross Hardy when the big money's on the line. We learned this many, many years ago from our guy Jeff Madej, who is the best and most outstanding quarter horse handicapper. I like the outside draw here for this horse. I went back and watched that replay last time. Did have a little significant hop at the start of the race and then kind of got into the bit and really closed nicely. That was at 300. We're at 350. I don't think the extra 50 yards will be anything but a help to this racehorse, and I think the horse will be a fair number. 4 is the horse to beat. JJ Sweet and Sassy is in great form for a good trainer, and that's the horse that you have to beat. I am very curious as to the price we're going to get in Delilah because Track Phantom, Angela Herman, and Mr. Paul Allen all land on this 8-1 shot. Smells like 9-2 to me.
Well, so your top 3 are what numbers?
I'm going to go 8, 4, and 5.
Okay, I'm going to go 5, 6, 7. I'm not going to deep dive it very hard. I'm just going to lay it out like this. You're going to give me Olmsted and his top rider for 50 grand, 8 to 1 on the morning line, 3.5 to 1, 4 to 1 when they take off. I'm in every single time. That's it. And Delilah can run. 5, 6, 7 in race number 1. Second race, Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby, also with a purse of 48 grand. No scratches, no rider changes. The Steam team is unified here. We're all on number 5, Sugar Rush. Why?
I just love this horse. She fires every time. I think she is one of the few horses in here that's going to adore the distance of 400 yards. And I think she's sitting on a win. Those last two, she was facing really, really tough open competition. She's back in with state breds. She's beaten this group of horses before, or he has, and I think he can do it again. I go 5, 9, and 2. The 2 is the one horse I will tell you that I was really trying to build a case for. I don't like the inside draw, but I think the 2 with Olmsted and Elval is sneaky. 5, 9, 2.
I had a couple of quarter horses with Jason Olmsted and some other owners like 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago.
Bye, John.
And bye, Mousy. And one thing that I remember Jason teaching and sharing, and I watch for it all the time when I bet the cues, is these horses with one famous eagle in them, they want to go longer. And like, you know, when you get them going, say from 330 to 400 or something like that, 300 up to maybe 400, 440, Sugar Rush just handles the distance, I think, better than most, if not all, horses in the race. We got some one famous eagle in us, and just ran third in the Canterbury Park Derby for 50K. Now went up at 17 to 1 there, and you know, that was an open company race, but nevertheless, I just like this one at this distance for that trainer with that rider. Race number 2 leads us to race number 3, and in the third race, we begin the thoroughbred portion of the equation, and this is the $75,000 Northern Lights Futurity, and one of many things that makes Festival of Champions Day special are races like this for owners like Pete Matson and just so many more that we've gotten to know over the years, where no matter if Canterbury races 4 days a week and we're giving away $500K a day on average, or if we're 3 days a week giving away whatever, they continue to support the industry, and winning races or placing in races like this help recoup a lot of cash or help with the earnings and to continue to keep the industry strong. So this is a big one here, Northern Lights Futurity. What are you going to do with it?
I was so impressed with Waka Waka last time, the Pac-Man horse. I mean, it is really difficult to make a significant closing kick as a 2-year-old in your second career start. And not only did this horse make an eye-catching move, this horse drew off and won by over 6. And now you're going to give me a horse that's stretching out to 6 furlongs in a speed-filled race. Sign me up. I mean, I love Waka Waka. If we can get anything close to 5 to 2, I think you should run to the window. Chipotle, to me, is the X Factor PA. Delaware Shipper, they run some really tough maiden races at Delaware. We see horses ship into Saratoga from this racetrack out of these maiden races and do well. And that horse was legit. Went back and watched that replay. That was impressive. The problem for Chipotle is I'll Make Bank gets the blinkers on the 7. Yeah. I think they hook. And either the 1 or 2 should reap the benefits. I go 2, 4, and 1 in a really fun race.
I'm going to pick it 3, 2, 4, and I'm going to take a stab here on Begging for Trouble. I think 6 to 1, which is the morning line. I'm expecting higher on Begging for Trouble. And I'm taking a stab in that Waka Waka crushed last time and looked really, really good, no doubt about it. Okay, is it absolutely going to be 2 like that in a row because we had a bad one before it and then a win? So I just want to see what the pattern looks like. That's the one to beat for sure. Picked it second. Begging for Trouble is improving, and when it comes to young horses, you just want to see gradual improvement because they can pop overnight like Waka Waka did. So I'm throwing the dice here that I'll Make Bank with these blinkers on is going to be the one to catch for sure. Chipotle already raced against maiden claimers. I think there's a little tell there. And Waka Waka, if that horse runs the way Waka Waka ran last time, the race is over. So I'm going to go 3, 2, and 4. I'm going to take Begging for Trouble and make a little win bet. Race number 4 is on the firm turf course. Scratch number 6, Xavier Dave. A very key scratch in the race. Xavier Dave would have gone prohibitively favored. I was really excited to bet bet It's Bob's Business right into Xavier Dave and hopefully get somewhere around 5-2, 3-1. That ain't going to be the case now. 3-6-1.
Yeah, you're right. That is probably a better betting race because Xavier Dave is going to be tough at likely 4-5 odds. But It's Bob's Business now inherits the role of favorite. Probably going to be 8-5, down from that 9-2 morning line. Appears to be lone speed, but the one cautionary tale we've got to spin here is Angel's Magic. If you go back far enough in the racing form, this horse is fast.
Yep.
And if G-Rod decides to send for Troy Bethke, then things really get crazy because on paper, It's Bob's Business should be loose and should win this race. But if that outside horse, that 5, decides to go, then I think a horse like Found Jordan with Virginia Peters, who bred, owned, and trains the horse, and a trainer that I can absolutely root for on a day like today. I mean, I would love to be in that winner's circle watching Angela interview her after race 4. That would be really cool. But as a handicapper, I have to tell you the 3's the best horse, and I'm going 3-1-4.
And, with It's Bob's Business, this distance at a mile and a 16th, it's not like you have a lot of world beaters at that distance in this race. But It's Bob's Business, the majority of races, has come back at the wire. Now with the victory, led by 2, top of the stretch, won it by 2. But It's Bob's Business is trying this extra football field. And if there's some pressure by Angel's Magic, I think they'll both stop. I mean, I think Kevin makes a really good point, and Found Jordan certainly could win. But It's Bob's Business is bred, I think, pretty well for this distance. I do believe there will be a lonely leader. I think it'll be number 3, and I don't think he'll ever look back. 3, 6, and 1. The 5th race, Northern Lights Debutant, 2-year-old fillies. The baby girls get center stage. This one is for $75,000. We have a pick 4 on the final 4 live races this evening. And I'm going to take number 1, Mary B's Legacy, and just get out of the way because I caught Kevin the other night watching the stretch run of Mary B. Legacy's last race, which included number 3, Vintage Port, and watching it multiple times. What did you pull from it, and what led you to number 3?
Well, I mean, the 1 looks so good winning, right? I mean, Mary B's Legacy crushed this field that she ran against, including the horse I'm going to end up picking. But she was outside. She got the absolute dream trip. We call it dressed up in the handicapping business. Now, she might just be too good for this field. It is Mac Robertson with his go-to guy. But now we're going to shift to the inside. We're going to face more pace pressure. Yep. We're not going to get the dream trip. And a horse that ran behind her and isn't going to get bet, the 3, Vintage Port, who, give me a break, was 7-2. This horse will be closer to 6-1 and did not have a good trip and had to weave through horses and now gets a little extra ground, 4.5 stretching out to 6. It's a price play. I'll need 5 or 6-1 to get to the window, but there's enough there on the video replay to give me hope for Vintage Port. Mary B's Legacy is a really, really talented horse. I don't like that inside draw one bit. We'll see how that plays out. The other horse, PA, that falls into a likely great trip is Kelsey's Mount, Competitive Nature. You remember Speaker's Action, the dam of this horse. This is another horse that might get forgotten in the wagering. So I've got the race 3, 1, and 6. Somewhere in there, I think the winner lies. Another really cool race with these babies.
And I have it 1, 6, and 3. So my it's not acquiescing, but agreeing with you on Competitive Natures 100% here. I fell into Mary B's Legacy. I went back and watched it too. Everything Kevin said is right, but I just think Mary B's Legacy is going to improve. And I think she's going to be a little bit better, maybe a lot better here. Well, that means there are those who are going to have to overcome trouble and improve to beat her. So she's going to be a single in my pick 5. I think she's very, very talented. I picked it 1, 6, and 3. Race number 6 on Festival of Champions Day. We race tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Best in show for the dog races. All the pooches that we qualified this spring and summer race against each other. Corgis, Dachshunds, the Poodles, and the Doodles. They all race against each other tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Then Labor Day racing Monday at 1 o'clock. Race 6, scratch number 7, Mighty Amati. This is a cool one. Midnight Currents, one of the great horses in the history of this racetrack. She's had some unbelievably compelling battles with number 3, Let's Skedaddle. They used to share a home. Now they don't. And Retired Kathy, number 4, is the Minnesota Oaks champion. Midnight Lane shares a barn with Midnight Current. She's trying to win 3 in a row. This is a humdinger, 2, 3, 5.
Yeah, there's only 6 in the gate, but if you really look at each horse on paper, there's a case to be made. The longest shot on the board is going to be Midnight Lane. You mentioned the horse. Go back and watch that replay. This horse literally was off the screen, and they were going slow up front.
Wow.
This horse closed like an absolute freight train last
They
time.
went 115 for 3/4. She closed into it.
She was off the screen. I'm not kidding you. It was remarkable what she did. We know how good Gypsy Reward is. Retired Kathy has a ton of upside. Skedaddle's been there with Midnight Current, and Cupid's Crush is Lone Speed. So you put that all into the equation, and then you look at Midnight Current and see that she's 11 for 15 on this turf course. She's 12 for 21 in her career, and she owns Minnesota Breds. And she's got enough speed to not get outrun early. She's too good. I mean, she's just too good. I'm going to go 2, 3, and 1. I think she'll be 2 to 5, maybe 1 to 5. So you're going to have to probably single in the pick 5 or try to beat her and get rich.
Yeah, I can't argue with anything. I mean, he laid it out beautifully. The only thing that I would add is this distance, even for veterans, can be tricky, okay? Because horses here run 7.5 furlongs or a mile or 5/8 or 6 or 5/8 on the turf. Mile and a 16th can be tricky. Look at Midnight Current's record at this distance, 3 for 3. She's won this race the last 2 times at this distance. So Kevin laid it out so perfectly. Let's Skedaddle has almost beaten Midnight Current so many times.
4 straight.
Yeah, she beat her once, I'm pretty sure. I can't remember. Yeah, she beat her once.
4 straight, she's been right there.
Right there. So it's not a super long shot that it flips tonight and she wins. I wouldn't be super surprised. But Kevin made a really good point when we did Today at the Races, sponsored by Touchdown Tile. I believe it was August 11th. One of the last 2 races where there was a lone speedster in the race. All right, and it was a little concerning because Midnight Current's coming from off the pace. And Kevin pointed out to me points in her career where she's gone to the lead and opened up by 2, or she's come from 7 lengths off the next race. Then she can do anything. She's versatile on the lead, stalk, or come from behind. What kind of trip do you envision for Midnight Current tonight?
I think Cupid's Crush gets the lead. I think she is sitting a length behind, just stalking that one, waiting to pounce.
Yeah.
And if Cupid's Crush is feeling good and opens up, then that could be a problem. But I think Midnight Current is going to get first run, and I think that makes her really tough to beat.
I ended up going 2, 3, 5. Lastly here, Retired Kathy's really interesting, all right? I mean, because now the horse exploded in the Minnesota Oaks and really, really looked good, closing into a slow pace, like Kevin just said about that other horse.
Yep.
And Retired Kathy is 5 for 6 in the top 2 on the turf. Now, this elongated distance, it might be a little trickier for her than Midnight Current, but I think Retired Kathy, from a trifecta or superfecta standpoint, or trifecta certainly, or maybe exacta, I would keep her in mind. What do you think of that?
I agree. She'll be running late for sure.
Race number 7, the penultimate Festival of Champions Day. This one is the Bellanote Minnesota Distaff Sprint Championship, named for the great race mare, one of the great sprinters in the history of this track, Bellanote, owned by Art and Gretchen Eaton with the Halloween colors. No scratches, no rider changes here. This one's compelling. Thunder's Rock and Roll used to be trained by the trainer of number 1. Extreme Diva is the one to beat and is also going to be prohibitively favored in here. And you got Matt Williams with a sneaky one on the outside. I just think this race is super compelling. What about you?
I think it's magnified in how compelling it is because of where Extreme Diva drew. That is a terrible post position for Extreme Diva, and she's going to be the hot favorite. And I picked her, so I still think she can win. But this really forces Gallardo's hand a little bit out of the gate, being stuck inside, because you don't want to get behind a bunch of horse flesh and have to go through people. So 3's going to be out there, 5's going to be out there. The trip of the 1 is going to make or break her chances. If she can stay right up there, just behind those front markers, cool. If she has to go early to stay with them and maybe she gets caught in a pace battle, she's in trouble. And if she's in trouble, I love what our friend Teddy G and Pony Up Racing have done with Birdie Be Gone. Is she a likely winner? No. But there is a scenario where this horse can take down a $50,000 stakes race, and she might be the horse to bet tonight, because the horse I like is going to be even money, where Birdie Be Gone is going to be 8, 9, 10 to 1. And if the 1 has to go inside and she gets caught up in that pace battle, pack a lunch. I go 1, 3, and 4. And I think a very difficult race to decipher.
1, 6, 3 for me. Now, Extreme Diva. 1, 6, 3, top 3. Extreme Diva, she's a 3-year-old. All right, so last year she ran in the Northern Lights Debutant, which is this year's version for 2-year-olds earlier in the card. She won that race in 110 and change. 110 and change, which is a good time for 6 furlongs, 2-year-old Minnesota bred fillies. And she did so breaking from the 1 spot. Now you fast forward to 2 races ago, she sprinted off a layoff from the 2 hole, busted out of there, didn't get the lead, and still found a way to dominate. I think she's absolutely the best filly in the race. The fact that she ended up on the inside might compromise her a little, but I think she's improving fast, and I think she's going to win 1, 6, and a 3 in race 7. 8th race, final race, Festival of Champions Day. What's up, Bucky? The eighth race, scratch number 3, General Bucky Axe. General Battle Axe is out of race number 8. And we have a quintet here. Now, having Mr. Matson around is unbelievable. Pete Matson owns 4 Racing tonight. One of the great owners in the history of Canterbury Park or Canterbury Downs Racing. But it's really cool that he's not here right now because I thought he was going to stay the whole show, and then he was going to hear us both pick against the alligator hunter, and we'd have to get an earful of that all the way to the elevator.
I know.
6-4-2. I like number 6, Sir Sterling, quite a bit. When I got here, Kevin and I talked about it immediately. He also likes Sir Sterling. What are your reasons?
The pace. I think the pace is going to make this race. I know what the alligator hunter loves to do, and he wants to be out there winging it on the front end. That's exactly what the favorite Street Warrior wants to do. And what an intriguing story. The old guard against the new guard, right? The best sprinter for years has been the alligator hunter. Now the new best sprinter is Street Warrior. The old and the new lock up, and the forgotten horse, Sir Sterling, who can outside, sit, and pounce at maybe 4-1 is the play. And so, I think this is a really, really cool race. I've got the race 6, 5, and 2. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Hang out by the winner's enclosure this evening. This is a wonderful night for Canterbury Park. When I say by the winner's enclosure, very celebratory winner circles after winning these stakes races. Excellent interviews after the races by Kevin and/or Angela, and they're also going to be at the finish line with last-second analysis as they come up to certain races into the gate. So we treat this evening very seriously. We love it, and we're really happy that you joined. For everybody in television, along with those in the Dark Star press box, and for Kevin Gorg, I'm Paul Allen. Welcome to Festival of Champions Day. Best of luck. Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park's bugler is Sir Leonard Dykert, and he kicks off festival like this. They are walking onto the John Deere dirt, which is fast, for the Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity, and here they are. Number 1 is Relentless Deal, ridden by Gonzalo Gutierrez. Relentless Deal is owned by Tom Maher, and the trainer is Tyler Stein. Number 2, Coco Nino. Coco Nino's ridden by Randy Vega for Clorinda Roweeder and trainer Ed Ross Hardy. Number 3, Little Sister Run. Little Sister Run is owned by Asher Murray. Brianna McDaniel trains. Dakota Wood with the call. Number 4, JJ Sweet and Sassy. JJ Sweet and Sassy, ridden by Eugenio Navarrete Jr., trained by Tyler Stein, the owner, Jerry Oxner. Number 5, Delilah, owned by Bruce Lunderborg, trained by Jason Olmstead. The rider, Armando Alvarez. And number 6, El Conejo. Haley Hobbs is the owner and trainer. In the irons, Fernando Fonseca Soto. Number 7, Dashing Muimaka at Luis Valenzuela. This one is trained by Jason Olmstead and owned by Magali Sanchez. Number 8, EOS Keep Dreamin', and Angel Ramirez for owner Corey Wilmus, trainer Ed Ross Hardy. Bernardo Omana owns number 9, BP April. The trainer, Haley Hobbs. The jockey, Jonathan Dominguez. And number 10 is owned by the estate of Ken Wade. Number 10 is She's Got Rhythm for Bill Geddes Jr., the jockey, Alexis Ramirez. Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity for nearly $50K, 2 minutes from now.
All right, Canterbury faithful, there's the Pick 5 ticket I've assembled for tonight. It's a $60 play. I think these quarter horse races are deep. I think you're going to want to spread, and you can see in the first 2 races, I use 4 here, my top 4 picks in this race, 2, 4, 5, and 8. I use 5 horses in leg 2. The Pick 5 really comes down to race number 4. I'm going to single It's Bob's Business. If we can get that horse home, I think we've got enough coverage, but it's going to really be dependent on, A, the single winning and getting a price home in one of these first 2 races. So that's the ticket. You can play mine. You can modify mine. You can play your own, but you can't win it if you don't get in it. The first 5, Pick 5, hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars available, starts inside 1 minute. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, racing at Canterbury is provided by Budweiser, College City Beverage, Hormel Foods, Tri-State Bobcat, JTR Roofing, Continental Diamond, Kim Crawford Wines, Choice Electric, and Ballard Spar. We welcome our featured groups to the racetrack. Brandon's Bachelor Party, Heartland Express, Nancy's Fancy Pantsy Horse Track 60th Extravagancy. And our friends from Continental Diamond, welcome to Festival of Champions Day. It commences a couple of minutes from now. The horses are approaching the starting gate. We thank Ballard Spar for sponsorship this evening. For 3 decades, the national law firm of Ballard Spar has been a proud partner of Canterbury Park and congratulates us on Festival of Champions Day. If you are looking for a deep bench and national resources, ballardspar.com, S-P-A-H-R. And they're at the gate for the 30th Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity. We begin with a big field and a rather lukewarm win wagering favorite, 2.5-1, J.J. Sweet and Sassy. 30th season of racing at Canterbury Park, thus the 30th Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity. Won last year by the late Ken Quaid. He owned Comeback Darling. 2 back. BP April, she's got rhythm, 5-1. Keep Dreaming, the one rambunctious, has settled. It's the 30th Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity. 3 and 6 rearing. 3 riderless. Stand by.
Talk to us. Sometimes big. Talk to us. Ron.
And they're racing in the 30th Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity. They pop pretty well from the center. Dashing Muimaka's out fast, and so is EOS Keep Dreaming inside. Relentless Deal is firing. It is EOS Keep Dreaming, Relentless Deal to the inside. Pay that 8 in the Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity. EOS Keep Dreaming at 4-1. Number 8, EOS Keep Dreaming. First, it's 8-5 and a photo. The numbers 8, 5, 1 at 30 to 1, 8, 5, 1, 2. The first is official and with big numbers. The first exacta paid 17 to 1, 8-5. 50-cent trifecta, 8-5-1, 136. And the 10-cent superfecta, 8-5-1-2, $194.33, favored in second. We are on to the Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby. Purse, $48K. No scratches. We're 20 minutes from it. Canterbury Park welcomes to the winner's circle for the presentation of the Quarter Horse Futurity Trophy, April Hamlin from Ballard Spar. April Hamlin, welcome to Festival of Champions Day. Our first winner, EOS Keep Dreaming, and Angel Ramirez. Winning his first Quarter Horse Futurity is owner Corey Wilmus, who also bred the filly in Minnesota, and winning the Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity for the 12th time, trainer Ed Ross Hardy. EOS Keep Dreaming is a 2-year-old sorrel filly by Flying Cowboy out of Too Much. KG Kevin Gorg is in the winner's circle with the owner and breeder of EOS Keep Dreamin'.
Yeah, Corey Wilmus, breeder and owner. Got to be a big night for anybody here in the building that owns a Minnesota bred to win on Minnesota's biggest night of racing.
Oh, it was very big. We didn't know what to expect. Looked at morning line odds in the competition and it was pretty even. But I knew if we left okay, we stood a pretty good shot of winning.
22 festival wins for Ed Ross Hardy, your trainer. He isn't here tonight, but certainly he's watching. How have you seen Ed Ross get this horse to improve? She debuted down in Iowa, and start by start, she just keeps getting better.
She's a finicky horse, very picky. You got to be careful with her. Coming out of that mare, we see this, and you just don't push her. Let her do her own thing and get used to things, and she gets better each time.
Where do you watch the race from? I'm always fascinated watching these big nights with all the Minnesota connections. Everybody has a lucky spot. What's your spot here at Canterbury?
We sit right up there in a little round table.
Well,
And I never bet on my own horse.
You won big anyway without betting tonight. EOS Keep Dreaming gets it done in the Futurity to start the festivities. Breeder and owner, double play time right here.
And they're racing in the 30th Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity. They pop pretty well from the center. Dashing Muimaka's out fast, and so is EOS Keep Dreaming inside. Relentless Deal is firing. It is EOS Keep Dreaming. Relentless Deal to the inside. Pay that 8 in the Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity. EOS Keep Dreaming at 4-1.
a buffet of stakes action, 8 of them tonight, 1 down, 7 to go. And I think race 1, Angela, a precursor of what's to come. We've got balanced fields. We've got great storylines. Bottom line is we celebrate Minnesota horses who are primarily owned by Minnesota people, and that was fun to see in race 1.
Well, and those are the 2-year-olds. Now we have some 3-year-olds coming to the table for the Derby, and these are names that we probably know even better just because we've seen them do most of their running in Minnesota, and that is going to be the tale of a lot of races tonight. These are going to be faces you know of the people. These are going to be faces you know of the horses, and this is a pretty crowded bunch again, just like the Futurity for the Derby. This one has the same sort of names that you see a lot. Ed Ross Hardy has won this race 10 times, and Jason Olmstead has won 6 of the last 7.
Wow.
So shall we dig into them? We start on the inside. The estate of Ken Quaid now owns Red Hot Mama.
Yeah, it'd be fun to see either one of the estate horses for Ken Quaid, and we'll get into that tough loss that we suffered here in the last week or two. But Red Hot Mama draws that pesky inside post. I know Track Phantom has this horse in his top 4 contenders. You're going to get a big price. There is upside there. I like the connections, but I think the horse might be up against it. I think the 2 is a contest type of horse. This horse is going to be 5 or 6 to 1. Always seems to be in the mix, and it's Jason Olmstead who's going to be a square number. We don't get that very often.
No, you don't get that very often, and we'll get a good look at Avery's Treasure when he comes out here because this is a horse that you can sometimes tell what kind of race he's going to put in. Nice looking gray, but if you get some positive energy from him, Avery's Treasure is usually one that you can at least use in the mix. If you're playing verticals, tries, supers, things like that, Avery's Treasure usually shows up with a pretty solid race, even if it's not good enough to win, and he is very, very hard to leave out in that respect.
The next horse is KQS Dreamin'. This horse is still a maiden after 13 tries. So you can look at the racing form and know this horse is probably up against it. Does have the blinkers coming off, so it's an equipment change if that might be your favorite angle. But for me, I'm going to wait for another day. Now, the next horse in line, the 4, there's an angle here at a price. This is Saturday Night Gamble. I like the name already because it's Saturday night and we're gambling. And I see a way this time for this horse, 3rd time off the shelf, Ange.
Well, and I like Saturday Night Gamble. If you're looking for contest horses, he would be one for me because he was second behind Relentless Minnie, who I think is going to take some money in here, who was 1 to 9 when they faced off last time. He was only a half length short of her, and Saturday Night Gamble broke really well that night. It was a muddy track. Maybe he'll do better on a fast track, and there are definitely some positive signs for this horse at a very usable price of 5 to 1. You get 9 to 5 on Sugar Rush next door. This is probably the one to beat.
Yeah, Sugar Rush is a horse I fell in love with, has faced open company recently. We're back in with State Breds. This horse wants the 400 yards, which I think about half the field probably doesn't. So I think that's a big advantage, Ange. And physically, what are you seeing?
Well, Sugar Rush is a decent-sized horse you can see on the other side of the paddock, and this is one who has a good stride to him as they continue to go along. Sugar Rush usually takes all of that distance, 300, 350, 400 to get up there, but 400 should be very helpful, like you said, and just the fact that he's shown he can do what he's being asked to do today.
6 is He's Coming In Hot. Tyler Stein is an excellent trainer. His go-to rider is a stride, and you're going to get paid. 8 to 1 morning line on the board at 8 to 1. To me, absolutely fits with this company.
And he wasn't too far behind Saturday Night Gamble. His stablemate was favored in that race earlier this summer. That was the end of June. He's coming in hot. Looks a little bit warm, a little bit fired up right now, but he's coming in hot. Baby name for that reason. That's just who he is. Streak and Quartz next door. Another customer who should like 400 yards, you would think. Stretching back out from 250. Not always the fleetest out of the gate, though, and we have seen him try this distance before against this competition.
Yeah, I like him better at 400 than I do at that shorter 250. Still has to improve sharply to contend. The price tells that story. One New Year boy fly is the 8. Good connections, a maiden taking on winners. Your thoughts?
Well, you can toss the last one out. I mean, this one nearly fell over out of the gate, and he recovered, but his race was over right out of the gate. So if you toss that one out, some of the ones behind that are usable, and like some of the other ones that we talked about in here, very usable underneath, usually shows up with a good effort, just not always good enough to beat everybody to his inside.
The best value on the betting board right now at 6 to 1, in my opinion, is this horse, Relentless Minnie. He's a 3-year-old. He's talented. He almost always ends up in the mix, and I love that post position for this horse, Ange. That number on the board, way too big in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think that'll last. This horse has only missed the board a couple of times. You can see how much money Relentless Minnie usually takes. 400 might be a little bit of a challenge, but still, Relentless Minnie seems much better and recovered from this year. When last year we saw him in the Futurity, something went wrong, but everything is right now. And Mr. Corona on the outside just broke the maiden a couple starts ago.
Yeah, 1 for 15. So again, this is deep, deep waters for this Salty Gray. We'll see if she can jump up. I think a board finish would be a really cool thing here at a big number, but I think the prime contenders for the win, we've talked about it. We both love the 5. I think the 9 looks spectacular out here, and do not sleep on that deuce. Another great stakes race. $40,000, 400 yards. Here they come. It's the Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby coming up, coming at you next.
Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the track for the 30th Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby, and here they are. Number 1 is Red Hot Mama, ridden by Ray Hernandez for Bill Gedditz Jr., the owner, the estate of Ken Quaid. Ken Quaid, that is. Number 2 is Avery's Treasure, ridden by Luis Valenzuela for Lunderborg LLC and trainer Jason Olmstead. Number 3 also starts for the estate of Ken Quaid. It's KQ's Dreaming, trained by Bill Gedditz Jr. In the irons, Kenneth Gutierrez. Number 4, Saturday Night Gamble for Amanda Ray McCabe and trainer Tyler Stein. Angel Ramirez looks to sweep the first 2. Number 5 is Summer Run Inc.'s Sugar Rush for trainer Jason Olmstead, Armando Alvidrez astride. And number 6, he's coming in hot for Eugene and Rita Bulkey, the trainer, Tyler Stein, in the irons, Eugenio Navarrete Jr. Jonathan Dominguez rides number 7, Streakin' Quartz, for owner Dale Hagland, and the trainer, Haley Hobbs. Migueli Sanchez owns number 8, One New Year Boy Fly. The trainer is Tyler Stein, the jockey, Gonzalo Gutierrez. And Randy Vega rides number 9, Relentless Mini, for Summer Run Inc. and trainer Jason Olmstead. Number 10, Mystic Coronita and Fernando Fonseca Soto. The owner, Arle Daniela Urbina Sanchez. And the trainer, Haley Hobbs. 3 minutes or so from the 30th Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby on Festival of Champions Day. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to television monitors or the big screen in the infield. Earlier this week, longtime quarter horse owner and breeder Ken Quaid died unexpectedly. Ken raced in Shakopee for several years, always bringing his homebreds to Canterbury Park. Last year, Comeback Darling, a filly owned and bred by Ken, won a festival race, scoring a long shot upset in the quarter horse Futurity, providing Ken with one of his most memorable victories. The Canterbury Park family offers condolences to the family and friends of Ken Quaid. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in a moment of silence. Thank you. They've reached the gate. It's now post time. Post time for the Quarter Horse Derby. 30th running. Hall of Fame trainer Jason Olmstead has won this race 3 consecutive years and 6 of the last 7 times. Team Olmstead has the favorite, Sugar Rush. Into the gate they go. Beep, beep, rev, rev. Won this race last year for the Ludemans. Relentless Courage the year before for Mr. Maher and Paul Ludeman. Corey Wilmus, who won the first race tonight, took down the Quarter Horse Derby in 2020 with VO Fantastic Era. Thank you to Bix Produce, sponsors of the Quarter Horse Derby, a partner of racing at Canterbury and supporter of racing in Minnesota for more than 20 years. Bix brings more to the table. Sugar Rush, the One Fabulous Eagle to the center, 2-1. And Mystic Coronita, second last. Relentless Mini, last in, shares a home with Sugar Rush. It's the 30th Quarter Horse Derby. And there they go. Sugar Rush came out beautifully and like a shot. So did the gray Avery's Treasure inside. Red Hot Mama. Then we come to the far outside. Relentless Mini is firing. After that, Mystic Coronita. Avery's Treasure. Sugar Rush is on a rush. Sugar Rush is on a rush. Right to the winner's circle as the Quarter Horse Derby champion. Number 5, Sugar Rush ran first, 20.26, the final time. We welcome Ashley Mendel and Jean Gaufrere to the winner's enclosure, representing Bix Produce, and making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby. The numbers. Five, 2, 9, 10. Second race, official. On to the third. This is the Northern Lights Futurity, a $75,000 race for Minnesota-bred 2-year-olds. No scratches, no rider changes for the third. Into the winner's enclosure, the Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby champions, Sugar Rush and Armando Alvidrez. The winning owners, Summer Run Inc., and the winning trainer, Jason Olmstead. Sugar Rush is a 3-year-old bay gelding by One Fabulous Eagle out of candy-coated paint. Bred in Minnesota by Darlin Farms. Down to the winner's enclosure. Here's Angela.
Thank you, Paul. I'm down in the winner's circle with the connections of the Derby winning Sugar Rush. I'm going to start with you, Armando Alvidrez. Now, he's not always the fleetest of foot out of the gate, but he seemed to do everything right today.
Yes, ma'am. He got out there very sharp, and I just didn't get in the way of him. He did the rest on his own.
You've ridden him. You've ridden a lot of his competition. Is he one of the best 400-yard horses that's in the barn right now, you think?
Yes, ma'am. He's definitely up there.
And you guys had the first and third place finisher in this one. I know you were a little bit nervous after watching the first. There was some bumping, but had to get a little confidence when you saw him break like that.
Well, we did, because he's not been the best breaker out of the gates, but he does have some run at the end, so we were hoping that even if he had a tardy gate, he could come running at the end, and he got out good today.
He did get out good today, and he adds another Minnesota Stakes win to his resume. Congratulations. Hopefully we see more of you guys and him in the future.
Thank you.
All right, well, congratulations to you guys on the win in the Derbies. Some more honors coming up, including for the guy to my right. Paul?
Thank you very much. In fact, we have several constituents in the winner's enclosure. Each month, the Minnesota Quarter Horse Racing Association honors a trainer of the month, and for August, that trainer is Jason Olmstead, the leading quarter horse trainer at Canterbury Park for a 10th consecutive season. Olmstead operates stables at multiple tracks, and his assistant trainer here is Chad Lynch. Chad is in the winner's enclosure to accept the award. In August, the Olmstead stable won the biggest races of the year, the Northland Futurity and the Canterbury Quarter Horse Derby. In the winner's circle also to present the Trainer of the Month award is Shahara Smith and Brittany Hedberg from Muddy Cow, proud sponsor of the Quarter Horse Trainer of the Month. Congratulations, Jason Olmstead and Chad Lynch. Also in the winner's enclosure is Racing Operations Senior Manager Amber Carlisle to present awards to the season's leading quarter horse trainer and jockey. Jason Olmstead is the leading trainer, once again for a 10th consecutive year. Chad Lynch is also accepting that award on behalf of Jason. The leading quarter horse jockey of the season, Armando Alvarez. Congratulations, Jason and Armando. Also, the leading owner, Tom Maher, not present, but will be receiving a commemorative belt buckle. Congratulations to all. And there they go. Sugar Rush came out beautifully and like a shot. So did the Gray Avery's Treasure inside Red Hot Mama. Then we come to the far outside. Relentless Minnie is firing. After that, Mystic Coronita. Avery's Treasure. Sugar Rush is on a rush. Sugar Rush is on a rush. Right to the winner's circle as the Quarter Horse Derby champion. Hey there, welcome to the Dark Star Press Box. Here comes the 40th Northern Lights Futurity. This is a big-time signature race here at Canterbury Park. And when we think of the Futurity or Festival of Champions Day, we think about nothing but Minnesotans until we think of number 4, Chipotle, who raced at Delaware. So I guess things that are of pride in Delaware would include Rehoboth Beach, the Grand Opera House, and this Chipotle, who's heavily favored. Here comes the Steam team to analyze.
Thank you, Paul. I'm down here to talk over the field for the Northern Lights Futurity. This is a race that's been won a number of times by some of the trainers who were in here. You know, Joel's won the last 4 of them. He doesn't have a horse today, but Mac Robertson's won it a couple times. So has Dave Van Winkle and Tony Rengstorff. He's won it once too. And now we look at these 2-year-olds lined up with a very limited resume to each one of them, including Towner 2 on the inside. Just 1 start, and he ran behind Beggin' for Trouble. That horse lands to his outside, but Towner 2 showed some talent in the morning. This one put in a bullet work just before that race. Seemed to be enough to get him ready for the Futurity. He wouldn't be in this spot if there wasn't more than we saw in that first start. It was just the rail draw that would put me against Towner 2. Other than that, the horse has the pedigree. The horse has some ability, as he's shown in the morning. He was a bit of a bargain buy, $8,500, but Towner 2 still has shown enough where I think he should be included in at least some of your tickets and your horizontals. If you want to single with some other horses, like maybe a Waka Waka, I understand, but Waka Waka has 2 starts compared to Towner 2's 1, and that's a big advantage in his favor, especially considering that second one was from way off the pace. It was his maiden breaking score, and it was going 5.5. Some of these have limited experience, including just a 4.5 furlong race to them, but Waka Waka managed to build on that 4.5 furlong race and just blow them away in start number 2. Now Waka Waka is coming from the same camp that settled Fireman Oscar and JP Jet to win this race in the past. He is 9-2 at the moment. That seems pretty square. Waka Waka last time around was 11-1. You get a fraction of that price today, but after the closing kick he showed that day, no surprise at all to see him taking some action on the board. Beggin' for Trouble has 3 starts as opposed to the 2 for Waka Waka and the 1 for Towner 2. Another big advantage is Beggin' for Trouble seemed to progress both mentally and physically in those first 3 starts, put everything together last time and managed to outgame I'll Make Bank down the lane. And Beggin' for Trouble did all 3 of those runs under Kelsey Haar. She'll be back in the saddle, and this one is 5-2. Beggin' for Trouble was very professional in that 3rd start too. Waited and went by professionally, won by a neck, but still did everything right, really, after a couple of races that saw some things go wrong early or late. Chipotle, the very speedy 2-year-old with just 1 start, imports from the East Coast. His barn usually does most of the running at Delaware, Laurel, the Mid-Atlantic, but Chipotle, again, did start out at Delaware. Chipotle didn't get out of the gate right on top, but boy, did he get into stride quickly. This horse is fast, and he is a homebred for his connections on your left racing. He worked with another horse of theirs named Omaha early on, and it looked like he was doing a little bit better in the morning of the 2. He certainly showed that in the afternoon, and now comes home for start number 2, looking to be a stakes winner in his second out. Pierre Noel is still looking to break his maiden. In his first 2, though, he did show speed. And Pierre Noel, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he was a part of the pace again. He's 22-1, as is speedster Argent for Cars on the outside. Both of these 2 kept pace with each other in that common Waka Waka race. Both of them did back up at the end of it, too. They were pretty well beaten by him and I'll Make Bank in the end of it. They should be at least a part of the pace for part of it. And if one could shake loose from the other, that is very dangerous. They just looked like enough types like these 2 where I didn't think anybody would be able to shake loose, but that might be the hope of I'll Make Bank to where they're outside. The hope was just that this is the furthest outside drawn speed. And if I'll Make Bank with those new blinkers is a little bit more focused, even if he can lay just off the pace, he does have some things to like. And I thought the price would be decent. I can't believe it's 8-1, but I'll Make Bank still has run well enough, even though he's still a maiden, I think, to be a big part of this from start to finish. Able Seaman on the outside gets blinkers as well. Both of the outside 2 donning the hood, and Able Seaman probably needs to get more into the race early and late, just based on what he did last time. It was a bit of a trouble trip. He fell a little bit further behind, but Able Seaman was only able to make up about half the ground needed to get home in front. Beggin' for Trouble and I'll Make Bank and Towner 2 all beat him that day. They all arrive in this spot. At least he's to their outside, but Able Seaman still has some improving to do at 20-1. This is the Northern Lights Futurity, and the 8-horse field is track bound. I'm going to try that one that just went by, the very energetic I'll Make Bank, with 8 minutes to post. It's a nice group, and Kevin's going to be out there to greet the winner and interview the connections of the next victorious horse in the Northern Lights Futurity. Good luck. You have win, place, show, exacta strides, supers, doubles, and pick 3s to choose from if you'd like to wager on this group of 2-year-old boys.
Lynn Dykert's call to the post brings the 2-year-olds onto the track for the 40th Northern Lights Futurity, and here they are. Number 1 is John Mentz's Towner 2, trained by Mac Robertson, Seraphin Carmona in the irons. Number 2 is Waka Waka and Chad Lindsay. The owners, CNR Racing. The trainer, David Van Winkle. Number 3, Beggin' for Trouble, owned by Chad Keene. Beggin' for Trouble is trained by Tony Rengstorff. In the irons, Kelsey Haar. Eduardo Gallardo guides number 4, Chipotle, for On Your Left Racing, and trainer Michael Gorham. Trainer Michael Beeler handles number 5, Pierre Noel. The jockey, Luis Fuentes. The owner, David Condi. Gayatri Rampadaret owns number 6, Argent for Cars. The trainer, Edgar Espinoza. In the irons, Alonso Quinones. And Fausto da Silva is astride number 7, I'll Make Bank. The owner, Les Schneider. The trainer, Jose Silva Jr. And number 8 is Richard Bramer and Barry Butzo's Able Seaman, trained by Michael Beeler. Able Seaman is ridden by Guillermo Rodriguez. Those 8 head to the gate for the $75,000 Northern Lights Futurity, which is 5 minutes from now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, drawing your attention to the winner's circle and throughout the television monitors here at Canterbury Park. Tonight we will celebrate the 2023 Horse Racing Awards for the Thoroughbreds. We will start with the older male, where the champion was Dr. Oscar, breeder and owner, Mr. Pete Matson. For older female, we will celebrate Midnight Current, breeder and owner, Lothenbach Stables Incorporated. For the 3-year-old male, the champion, Jose Patio. The breeder, Richard Bremer and Cheryl Sprick. The owners are Barry and Joni Butzo. For 3-year-old female, the champion, Cupid's Crush. The breeder, Mary and Eric Von Siegern, and owned by Extreme Racing Stable. And Joni and Barry Butzo. 2-year-old male, champion Frosty View, breeder and owner, Lothenbach Stables Incorporated. For 2-year-old female, a Primera Vista, breeder Mary and Eric Von Siegern, owner Carrie Raven. For Broodmare of the Year, Dazzlin' Sweetheart, owner Mary and Eric Von Siegern. For Minnesota Stallion, the champion Kayla. For Toba and for Bellington, we celebrate Lothenbach Thoroughbreds Incorporated. For Minnesota-owned horse, Jeff Drown's Classy Zenden. And for Minnesota trainer, it's Joel Burnt. How about a big round of applause for the 2023 award winners?
And the 2-year-olds are approaching the starting gate for the Northern Lights Futurity, sponsored by Hormel Foods. And we welcome Emery Sales to the racetrack. Emery's in the winner's enclosure and will handle the trophy presentation for the winning connections of this race. On behalf of a longtime sponsor of racing at Canterbury, one of our dear friends, Hormel. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for the 40th Northern Lights Futurity. Chipotle, the Delaware Invader, 8-5. 1985 was the first Northern Lights Futurity, purse $50K. Winner, Cherokee Prince, for trainer Penny Lewis. Dakota Partners won it next year with Dakota Slew. The great Mike Smith was the winning rider. Canterbury Hall of Famer Scott Stevens won this race in 1990 with Likely Prospect for Mary Surrency and Almar Farm. Scott came back in 94, make that 95 with Town Clown. The first year of Canterbury Park. Trainer Joel Burnt has won this race 4 consecutive years, all for Lothenbach Stables and the late Bob Lothenbach. Chipotle 9-5, Waka Waka 2-1. Getting a majority of the late win wagering action is Waka Waka. Impressive in victory most recently. Here's Chipotle and Eduardo Gallardo, who had a victory on Thursday. Chipotle acting up. Gallardo dismounts. Chipotle 8-5. Starting gate team gathering and teaming up on Chipotle. He responds, goes in. Eddie G joins. And Abel Seaman, last in line. Stand by for the 40th Northern Lights Futurity. And they're racing in the $75,000 Northern Lights Futurity. The Delaware Invader Chipotle came out very fast to the inside. Arjun for Cars is also speedy. That's the 6 grabbing the lead. And just to the outside of Pierre Noel. Outside of them is I'll Make Bank with those blinkers right up on the lead. Chipotle ridden hard. Chipotle shoved on very hard with a half mile to go and is being overtaken by Beggin' for Trouble as Pierre Noel does the moonwalk. Behind them is Towner 2, about 8 out of it, 3.5 clear from Waka Waka to the inside of Abel Seaman. And up top, 6 and 7 battle it out. Outside, I'll Make Bank puts the white blinkers in front. Arjun for Cars fights on gamely to the inside. Begging for Trouble, 7 lengths out of it, 4 clear from Chipotle. Chipotle, the Delaware Steam at 6-5 is languishing, and Abel Seaman's closing fast on the outside. They're into the final furlong, and Arjun for Cars resumes command and tries to run away. Arjun for Cars, I'll Make Bank. Abel Seaman at 22-1 on the wide side. Here comes Abel Seaman from the outhouse to the penthouse in the Northern Lights Futurity. Number 8, Abel Seaman ran first at 22-1. Second, number 6, Arjun for Cars at 30-1. Photo for third. Number 8, Abel Seaman first. 6, Arjun Farkar second. Third, 2, Waka Waka. And fourth, 7, I'll Make Bank. The Northern Lights Futurity is official. In the winner's circle, presenting the trophy to the winning connections of the Northern Lights Futurity, Emery Sales with Hormel Foods. And they are greeted by, or at least soon, the upset-minded Northern Lights Futurity champion, Abel Seaman. Here comes Abel Seaman and Guillermo Rodriguez. The winning owners, Richard Bramer and Barry Butzo, and the winning trainer, Mike Beeler. Abel Seaman is a 2-year-old chestnut gelding by midshipmen. Out of Hidwaigo, bred in Minnesota by Richard Bramer and Cheryl Sprick. Exacta 473 for a buck. 50-cent trifecta, 862. That 50-cent trifecta paid $1,357. 10-cent superfecta, 8627, $2,184. The double was an all. Race 4 is 22 minutes from now. The turf is firm. The rail all the way in. For the Blair's Cove Minnesota Turf Championship, scratch number 6, Xavier Dave. To the winner's enclosure, Kevin Gorg is with Uncle Barry, who just stole it at 22-1.
Yeah, what fun. Upsets are what makes nights like this a little extraordinary. Mike Beeler, we'll start with you. These 2-year-olds can be very difficult to train. How did this horse peak at the right time here?
Really, when I didn't do the early work on him, so I can't take all the credit. But when we ran him the first time, he really was just not focusing. We put the blinkers on him. It seemed to put his mind more on running.
And Barry, to be a part of this special night, you know it, right? This is when we celebrate Minnesota racing. You've been such a big supporter of this game here in our local state.
Yeah, this is what it's all about. And thanks to the Bremer and Cheryl, I mean, it is so cool. Fortunately, they also were part of Jose Patio. So we have a lot of great success at their farm. And somebody asked me earlier, how do you get a name like Abel Seaman? Well, I named it after my son-in-law, who just had a surprise baby. They didn't know they were going to have one. So I called him. I said, say, Craig, we just named the horse after you. What is it? Abel Seaman. Anyway, have a wonderful day.
Abel Seaman comes sail away, winning the stakes race tonight at 22-1.
And they're racing in the $75,000 Northern Lights Futurity. The Delaware Invader Chipotle came out very fast to the inside. Arjun for Cars is also speedy. That's the 6 grabbing the lead. And just to the outside of Pierre Noel. Outside of them is I'll Make Bank with those blinkers right up on the lead. Chipotle ridden hard. Chipotle shoved on very hard with a half mile to go and is being overtaken by Beggin' for Trouble as Pierre Noel does the moonwalk. Behind them is Towner 2, about 8 out of it, 3.5 clear from Waka Waka to the inside of Abel Seaman. And up top, 6 and 7 battle it out. Outside, I'll Make Bank puts the white blinkers in front. Arjun for Cars fights on gamely to the inside. Begging for Trouble, 7 lengths out of it, 4 clear from Chipotle. Chipotle, the Delaware Steam at 6-5 is languishing, and Abel Seaman's closing fast on the outside. They're into the final furlong, and Arjun for Cars resumes command and tries to run away. Arjun for Cars, I'll Make Bank. Abel Seaman at 22-1 on the wide side. Here comes Abel Seaman from the outhouse to the penthouse in the Northern Lights Futurity. Welcome back to the Dark Star Press Box in advance of the Blair's Cove Minnesota Turf Championship. But first, Abel Seaman, Barry Butzo, Richard Bramer, congratulations. Speaking of the Butzos, longtime supporters of racing at Canterbury, Barry and Joni Butzo have won this Blair's Cove 3 times. Sir Tricky, Joni's Justice 08-09, and last year with Jose Patio. Now, the Butzo colors aren't represented in this race, but there are several owners looking to take down the Blair's Cove, and Angela and Kevin, the current favorite, found Jordan. That would be a wonderful rags to riches story.
Yeah, it would. Virginia Peters is somebody I can pull for. She is one of those blue-collar trainers that doesn't get a lot of big-time credit, but she's done a wonderful job, Angela, with Found Jordan. She bred the horse. She owns the horse. She trains the horse. So this is a part of her family, and this horse has really gotten good this summer.
He definitely has, and it seems that he's turned the corner as far as getting that final kick to get up. I mean, he had run a lot of seconds and thirds last year as a 4-year-old, and now the Found Jordan has turned 5 and managed to break his maiden. He's really gone through his conditions nicely and did that last one against Open Company. I can see why he is taking money, but my question was the pace. I mean, now no Xavier Dave. We have Angel's Magic, who hasn't shown the same kind of pace. We have Half Brother, who has a touch of speed to him, but Found Jordan generally would like, I think, a little bit more than he'll get to run at in this particular group.
On paper, I agree, but the jockeys read the same thing we read in this racing form, and something tells me they're not just going to give the base on balls to It's Bob's Business. I think the 5 gets back to the speedy ways he has shown. He has natural foot. The jockeys know they can't just let the 3 walk the dog here, so I'm expecting the pace to not be crazy, but I think honest enough. I'm a little surprised in the early wagering, though. I still thought Found Jordan, even with the scratch, would go off at 4 or 5 to 1. We'll see how that money continues to flow in, but Found Jordan's won 3 of 4. You mentioned it, probably going to be off the pace. He can stay a little closer, but Roses by Liam, Tim Padilla and Pete Madsen team up here. This horse, I think, likely comes from far out of it.
I would think so, too. I think the Found Jordan and probably Roses by Liam are going to get similar trips in this group. You know, they break from a similar spot in the gate. They've run similar sort of figures in recent times. Granted, Roses by Liam's have been on the dirt. This one has only tried the turf 1 time, and that was down at Tampa. You don't know how he's going to handle this course, but that race down at Tampa, he kept himself in range. The pace was pretty fast, though. I would expect him to be further back off it. I'm willing to dismiss that one just based on the pace, but not the way he finished up on the turf. I had to use him more underneath just because he has not had a successful go over it thus far in his limited time. It's Bob's Business has, though, on the front end.
Yeah, you know, It's Bob's Business is a horse that's been facing Open Company. So even though this is a stakes race, he's probably been facing saltier competition. He's got the natural speed to get the lead. He's got the red-hot Eddie G in the saddle. But bottom line is, if they give him the front, he's going to be tough to beat.
Well, and you mentioned that you think that somebody will go after It's Bob's Business. Somebody kind of did at the end of July when he ran against Found Jordan that day. It's Bob's Business did a lot of hard work on the front end. They went fast, and he just kept right on going. If this is really his forte and he can keep doing that again, I think he'll do that in this spot. Probably, I would guess, at lower than 9 to 5, but hey, if we can get that, I guess. Half Brother, just to his right, hasn't won yet on the turf, has run well, though, and I think definitely will be a factor, at least with the pace, you think, right?
He's faced better. Bottom line is Xavier Dave would have been 3 to 5 in here, and Tonka Warrior looks like a horse that might go to Keeneland and have a chance down there. So Half Brother fits. The 5 to 2 price tells the story. He's going to be probably mid-pack, 2, 3, 4 lengths off it. Gary Shear's a guy that you and I both have talked about for years in the press box. He's a trainer we trust. He brings his horses ready. 4 is a major player in my eyes.
Yeah, I would think so too. And Alonso does not mind hitting the gas if he has a little bit of early speed, and I think he has it with this gray. The horse just to his right, Angel's Magic, used to show that kind of speed, and ever since really this year, he started off that year doing the same sort of thing that we were used to seeing from Angel's Magic down at Tampa. Hasn't been doing that as much up here. He did manage to get within a few lengths of Mr. Muldoon and It's Bob's Business last time around, but I don't think that he made too much late headway on them. This one's giving some mixed signals, but you will get a good price on Angel's Magic. Right now it's 5 to 1.
Yeah, I think he's going to get a great trip. If the favorite isn't good enough, he's going to be right there chasing that one, ready to pounce. I always cheer for my guy Troy Bethke, especially in a stakes race. I think Angel's Magic, if this horse can show some of that back class and back form, gets first run and has a chance here. And again, this is one of those races where they all have a chance. It's a very evenly matched bunch, and it is another great stakes race here, the Blair's Cove, for $50,000. Ange and I will be out on the turf course handicapping how they warm up. You need to get to the window and put your money where your mouth is. Your opinion can make you hundreds, maybe thousands. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stylings of Sir Leonard Dykert. Here they come. John Deere dirt, then the turf, which is firm, for the 30th running of the Blair's Cove. Number 1 is Found Jordan, ridden by Fausto da Silva. The owner and trainer, Virginia Peters. Number 2 is Pete Matson's Roses by Liam, trained by Tim Padilla. Liam is ridden by Constantino Roman. And number 3 is It's Bob's Business, guided by Eduardo Gallardo. For Burnt Racing Stable, the trainer, Joe Burnt. Gary Shearer trains number 4, Half Brother. For Sugarland Thoroughbreds, the jockey, Alonso Quinones. And Guillermo Rodriguez rides number 5, Angel's Magic, for Karen Offerman and trainer Troy Bethke. The Blair's Cove Minnesota Turf Championship for $50K, 5 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank Tri-State Bobcat for sponsorship not only this summer at Canterbury, but of the Blair's Cove Minnesota Turf Championship. As we remind you frequently, save big and head to Tri-State Bobcat for 0% financing and rebates up to $6,000 on select Bobcat excavators and compact track loaders. Tri-State Bobcat, on behalf of Canterbury Park, thank you very much. Almost to the gate for the Blair's Cove. Some last-second analysis with Angela Herman and KG.
First of all, the turf course is in great form. Well done by our track superintendent and the crew there. The course has taken a lot of water this month, but in good shape. Ange, we both thought It's Bob's Business warmed up like a favorite should.
Yes, he did. And when he was coming out of the paddock, he was dragging his way out of the walking ring. And I'll say the horse right behind him, Half Brother, had a little bit of sweat between his hind legs, a little kidney sweat, but he looked very good. He looked very much on his toes. I think he's calmed down a little bit more out here on track from what I saw. It was very limited, but these were the two that I was kind of honing in on in the Blair's Cove.
Great to have the Lothenbach family out here. We'll see if one of his great horses, It's Bob's Business, can win the Blair's Cove, PA.
Indeed, and they've reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the 30th Blair's Cove Minnesota Turf Championship. It's Bob's Business, the win wagering favorite. Some popular horses have won this race through the years. The great Wally's Choice in 05 and 06. Tubby Time won it in 2011, 2012, and 2017. AP is Loose, 2015, 16, and 18 champion. And Hot Shot Kid won it in 2019. Two back, Half Brother and Angel's Magic. It's Bob's Business, favored. Half Brother, 2-1. Stand by for the 30th Blair's Cove. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. It's Bob's Business right to the front. It's Bob's Business with speed. Half Brother also prominent. Outside of that, Angel's Magic flashing speed today. And Angel's Magic revs up and forces the hand of It's Bob's Business with 1 lap to go. And they both speed away 5 lengths from Half Brother. After that, we come back to Found Jordan, 8 lengths out of it. And Roses by Liam, the 2023 Minnesota Derby champion, is 8 lengths from the lead, and it's Bob's Business racing 3 paths off the rail. Outside of him is Angel's Magic, and they are 2.5 lengths clear from Half Brother, covering up Found Jordan. Found Jordan right in the thick of it, 2.5 from the lead, and about 3 clear from Roses by Liam. The 5 head up the Canterbury Park barnside in the 30th Blair's Cove. It's Bob's Business and Angel's Magic have slowed down on the lead. Found Jordan trying to creep through to the inside. Half Brothers wide, but in the thick of it. Roses by Liam is only 2.5 lengths from the lead. 5 Sardine together, and Found Jordan makes a big move. Found Jordan at 5-1 blows by a tired It's Bob's Business and Angel Magic. Outside, I'll make that right behind the leader, Roses by Liam, and now they head for home. Found Jordan, It's Bob's Business looking to rally, and to the inside of Half Brother. After that, Roses by Liam. Found Jordan is trying to desperately find more. Half Brother trying to run him down. Found Jordan, Half Brother. Found Jordan, Half Brother. Here it is. Oh, the Blair's Cove was a spine tingler. Tight photo in the Blair's Cove. How many people are pulling for number 1, Found Jordan? And who's pulling for number 4, Half Brother? We'll have an answer shortly. Stand by. We have an answer. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 4, Half Brother. Number 1, Found Jordan, an incredibly game second. Roses by Liam third. It's Bob's Business fourth. It's 4-1-2-3 in the Blair's Cove. And the Blair's Cove is official. Exacta $10.80. Pick 3 paid $229.30. Trifecta $24.40. And the 10-cent superfecta 4123 $9 and a change. Race number 5 is the $75,000 Northern Lights Debutant for the baby girls. No scratches, no rider changes, and Debutant time 22 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the winner's circle John Quirk with Tri-State Bobcat. John will make the trophy presentation to the winning connections of Half Brother, the Blair's Cove champion. The Northern Lights Debutant takes off about 7:15 as Half Brother receives a well-deserved bath for his toil. Into the winner's enclosure, the Blair's Cove champions, Half Brother and Alonzo Quinones. The winning owners, Sugarland Thoroughbreds. And the winning trainer, who dat? Gary Shear. Half Brother is a 4-year-old gray gelding by half hours out of Dana's Lucky Lady. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, Sugarland Thoroughbreds. Put a Q around the Blair's Cove. Here's Angela.
Put a Q around it, indeed. Alonso Quinones wins on Half Brother. And you had ridden this horse before, so what did Gary tell you about him in the walking ring, and what did you learn about him before the race?
You know what? He just pretty much lets me do, ride my horse. He just tells me, like, the points of, like, when I don't know the horse, he tells me, you know what, this horse will go to the front, he'll come back from off the pace. Last time he got in a little bit of trouble, just keep him in the clear and just ride his race.
And the smaller fields, you sometimes become more of riders' races. Did you always have your eyes on It's Bob's Business, or you just knew what you had and you were looking for a clear run through?
I knew Bob's Business was going to show some speed, and I rode the horse in my outside. I know he's got a lot of speed, and he's a front runner. That's the way he runs his best races. So I'm like, if they don't go, I'm going to go, but I'm going to try to set right off of him. And then I saw the one outside. He went. I'm like, I'm going to set right here. Then Fausto was in the rail. Last time my horse ran, he was trying to split horses, and he got in all kinds of trouble. I think he's got his numbers taken down. I'm like, I'm not going to take no chances. I'm going to go around.
No chances taken today. You end up in the winner's circle after a really good fight down the stretch with Found Jordan. Congratulations, Alonso. Very nice ride.
God, and thank Gary. Thank you for everything. Thank you.
Half Brother takes the Blair's Cove.
And they're racing, and they broken a line. It's Bob's Business right to the front. It's Bob's Business with speed. Half Brother also prominent. Outside of that, Angel's Magic flashing speed today. And Angel's Magic revs up and forces the hand of It's Bob's Business with 1 lap to go. And they both speed away 5 lengths from Half Brother. After that, we come back to Found Jordan, 8 lengths out of it. And Roses by Liam, the 2023 Minnesota Derby champion, is 8 lengths from the lead, and it's Bob's Business racing 3 paths off the rail. Outside of him is Angel's Magic, and they are 2.5 lengths clear from Half Brother, covering up Found Jordan. Found Jordan right in the thick of it, 2.5 from the lead, and about 3 clear from Roses by Liam. The 5 head up the Canterbury Park Barnside in the 30th, Blair's Cove. It's Bob's Business and Angel's Magic have slowed down on the lead. Found Jordan trying to creep through to the inside. Half Brothers wide, but in the thick of it. Roses by Liam is only 2.5 lengths from the lead. 5 Sardine together, and Found Jordan makes a big move. Found Jordan at 5-1 blows by a tired It's Bob's Business and Angel Magic. Outside, make that right behind the leader, Roses by Liam, and now they head for home. Found Jordan, It's Bob's Business looking to rally, and to the inside of Half Brother. After that, Roses by Liam. Found Jordan is trying to desperately find more. Half Brother trying to run him down. Found Jordan, Half Brother. Found Jordan, Half Brother. Here it is. Oh, the Blair's Cove was a spine tingler. Hey, welcome back to the Dark Star Press Box. That Blair's Cove, holy cow. Found Jordan for Jenny Peters, owner, trainer, breeder. And Hudak, Gary Shearer for Sugarland with half-brother getting it by about that much. That was exciting. Let's move on to the 38th Northern Lights Debutant. Here come the baby girls, and here come Kevin Gorg and Angela Herman to handicap it.
Yeah, Paul, that was a fantastic race. We always are happy for guys like Gary Shearer when they win stakes races, but you had to feel a little bit bad for Virginia Peters. She has done a remarkable job with Found Jordan. He ran an unbelievable race, a winning race, but lost it with the head bob on the wire.
You know, after the year that he's had and the race that he still put in, despite all of those tough races earlier in the year, I don't think he loses much in defeat, and I think she has a lot to be proud of with Found Jordan and the job that she's done with him this year. Well done, and well done to both of those horses down to the end. We've had some good finishes for, you know, just the start of Festival Day. We're only up to race number 5, and thus far, the quarter horses, the thoroughbreds, it's been close, and there have been some horses at prices that have been in the mix, at least for a little bit, and we did have a big upset earlier in a juvenile race in the Futurity. Maybe the Debutant can follow suit because the big favorite, or the likely big favorite, is sequestered on the rail.
Yeah, we saw that giant price in the other 2-year-old race, so keep that in mind when you're putting together trifectas and superfectas. Don't be afraid to take a swing in a race like this because these horses can jump up out of nowhere and run big races. I'm with Ange. I think Mary B's Legacy is the best horse. I don't like the inside post, and the horse can still win. In fact, the horse is the most likely winner. She's got natural speed. Her daddy, Frosted, was something really special. She looks like she's got plenty of that bloodline in her. Carmona gets the call. We won't be surprised, but I think at 8-5, we can at least confidently try to beat her. And yes, we will. Angela likes the 2 Miss Stilettos here, and it's an interesting handicapping angle. Mike Beeler's a guy that Ange has been talking about for months as maybe a trainer sitting on some dynamite 2-year-olds. Top jockey most of the season has been Luis Fuentes. Ange, you got 9-1 on your tout here.
I know, and they pulled it off earlier at 22-1. One of the first 2-year-old winners of the year, Diablo's Canyon, came from this barn. They have put out some very quick 2-year-olds, and they've been keeping each other company in the morning. Miss Stilettos is one of the ones that seemed to be working the fastest of that entire group, and she had a tough trip at first asking. Now, granted, the 2-hole isn't going to be that much better than the rail where she started out. She still looks like she had more run than she got to show that day, so I'm hoping that with a clear break and maybe the horse is just to her left and right, maybe not wanting to gun for the lead, she can really strut her stuff today at a price, and I did like her on top. But Vintage Port is your choice in here. What do you like?
We're 8-1. Number 1, we're both getting a great price. I love that. I love the way the horse looks here in the paddock. Very attentive, very alert, good muscle. And I saw enough on debut when, yes, she got her doors blown off by the horse that's favored here. But it's going to be a different set of circumstances today. I think it was a good learning process, Ange, for her. She actually passed horses and went in between horses, which is so hard at first asking. I see talent, I see bloodlines, I see Eddie G, and a trainer I trust at a price. I'll try the 3. Carson Bay is the 4. Love Valley Farms. They got a big win at Saratoga today. Luis Valenzuela, as the trainer, Gary Shearer, looks to go back-to-back, Ange.
You do see a lot of bold in there, though. She has faced a lot of these fillies in here, but a good compliment to her that even though she has finished behind them in her first 2 starts, she's still in the Debutant. Carson Bay has obviously shown a little bit more in the morning than she has thus far in the afternoon, but she was put down to favoritism in her first start. Somebody saw something they liked out of this filly in the morning, and maybe this will be the day that she puts all the pieces together. Now, Wildcat Mini, 3 starts to her, most recently an open winner over Flatter Me Baby and Where's Maryland. Do you think that this is going to be the pace setter, or do you think that she's going to be involved in a sizable duel?
I think she'll be near the front. I don't necessarily give her the front, but certainly I think she gets out of the gate in good order. She looks like a horse that runs her race every time. I am mesmerized by this 6 competitive nature, who I think outside of the 1 wins the paddock. Love the energy, love the fire this horse is showing. I would love to interview Kelsey Haar after a stakes win for Vic Hansen. Your thoughts?
She looks really good. She looks very much just jogging around on her toes, not expending any too much excess energy. Same could go for Flatter Me Baby. She's prancing around the walking ring, and Flatter Me Baby is 2 starts deep into her career. Neither one big defeats. But she was, excuse me, involved in a couple of races, won by Wildcat Mini and Competitive Nature that you mentioned. Where's Marilyn was just behind that one too, and she is the outside runner in the Debutant.
Love an outside post, and old Bruce Rican taking a page out of Steve Asmussen's playbook. He's got the braided mane. We got double handlers. We got braided manes. We got 75 large. It is the Northern Lights Debutant. Baby girls bred in the great state of Minnesota. One of the better betting races on the card. Who do you like? Get your bets in now. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park is proud to present the 38th Northern Lights Debutante, and here they are. Number 1 is Mary B's Legacy, owned by Linda Bush, trained by Mac Robertson. Seraphin Carmona rides. Our leading jockey, Luis Fuentes, handles number 2, Miss Stilettos. This one is owned by Samson Racing, the trainer, Mike Beeler. Number 3 is Vintage Port, wearing the colors of Barry and Joni Butzo. The trainer, Cody Rosine. In the irons, Eduardo Gallardo. Luis Valenzuela rides number 4, Carson Bay, for Valine Farms, and trainer Gary Shear. And number 5 is Wildcat Mini, owned by Pete Matson and trained by Tim Padilla. Wildcat Mini is ridden by Constantino Roman. Number 6, Competitive Nature, owned by Claudia Goebel. Competitive Nature is trained by Vic Hansen and ridden by Kelsey Haar. And number 7 is Flatter Me Baby, owned by Dennis Strokirch, trained by Troy Bethke, the rider Guillermo Rodriguez. And number 8, Where's Marilyn, owned by Anthony Didier and trained by Bruce Rican, the jockey Alonzo Quinones. Those 8 baby girls go to the gate for $75,000. It's the 38th running of the Northern Lights Debutante, 5 minutes from now.
Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Gorg is in the winner's circle with our racing operations senior manager, Amber Carlisle.
Yeah, we're so very lucky to have this young lady doing good things here in Shakopee at Canterbury. And this is one of those nights where you look around, Amber, it's a beautiful night. We got a big crowd out here, and we're celebrating hometown talent and owners.
Yes, it's so great to be able to have a whole day dedicated to Minnesota Breds and for everyone to come out and celebrate with us on this day. We just love it. It's what Canterbury Park's all about.
What are you most proud of? We still have another full month of racing. We run through the end of September. Make sure to come out here and soak up the fall weather here. But for you, as you look at the season as it's progressed, what are you proud of as you think about the race season?
I'm proud that we've had a lot of big fields this summer. There's been huge crowds, and a lot of people are just enthusiastic about the year. They just love being here. It's such a family. No other racetrack can put on the show that we do, and we're really excited to just be able to display the best that we have on a day like today.
And for all of us handicappers, we're going to get a new piece of the puzzle. 7 furlong racing starts this week at Canterbury. I know you guys put in a lot of time to get this configured and to run a trial race. Your thoughts as we get ready for now 7 furlong racing? I think trainers are going to love it with some of those speedy sprinters.
Yes, first race tomorrow is a 7 furlong distance. We've got a lot of enthusiastic feedback from the trainers. They have, especially the people that have horses that love that longer distance, and we're really excited to see how it goes.
You should be really proud of what you've done. Congrats on success through the first 3.5 months, and good luck here in the final month.
Thank you very much.
Amber Carlisle, everybody, she makes it happen day in and day out right out here at Canterbury Park. Angela Herman, Kevin Gorg, as the horses get set to load. I got to tell you, Mac Robertson's filly, I know we're both trying to beat her here, but she looked really good warming up.
She did look very good warming up and very composed, I will say. And that's important with the 2-year-old fillies and the colts for that matter. Make sure that they keep their cool on track, and especially now at the gate. You can get a good look at her there, a picture of professionalism and your favorite for the Northern Lights Debutant. Paul, it's your turn.
It's race time for the 38th Northern Lights Debutant. We thank Choice Electric for sponsorship of 2024 CBY and the Northern Lights Debutant. Baby Girls going 3/4 of a mile. Mary B's Legacy. Impressive in victory last time, 3-5 in favored. Carson Bay, the next to go in. Where's Maryland goes in. Here come the baby girls. And they're racing in the $75,000 Northern Lights Debutant Beautiful Dispatch. Wildcat Mini with Wildcat speed in the early stages, and Wildcat Mini sets the pace. Flatter Me Baby right alongside, about a length and a half clear from Mistoletto's cruising up coyly to the inside, and the inside of Longshot Carson Bay. Outside of that, Where's Maryland? Mary B's Legacy, 5 out of it on the inside, handheld. After that, we come back to Vintage Port. Vintage Port, 8 out of it, and overtaken by Competitive Nature, who's on the move. The Debutante cast is covered by 10, and they're chasing Wildcat Mini. Wildcat Mini from Flatter Me Baby. Outside of that, Where's Maryland circumnavigating at 17-1, and behind them is Carson Bay. Mary B's Legacy, the 1-5 favorite, languishing into the final furlong, and up goes Flatter Me Baby. Flatter Me Baby takes the lead from Where's Maryland. A couple of 17-1 shots to blow the tote board to Burnsville. Where's Maryland? She's in the winner's circle as the Debutante champion. Number 8, Where's Maryland, unofficially first. 8-7-5-3 in the Debutante. Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park welcomes to the winner's circle our racing operations senior manager, Amber Carlisle. Carlisle has the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Northern Lights Debutante. Race 5 still unofficial as Where's Maryland receives a well-deserved bath for her toil. Into the winner's circle, the Debutante champions, Where's Maryland and Alonzo Quinones. Where's Maryland is owned by Anthony Didier and the trainer, Bruce Rican. Where's Maryland is a 2-year-old bay filly by Flame Away out of Badge of Honor. Bred in Minnesota by Richard Bramer and Cheryl Sprick. Big upset in the Northern Lights Debutant. Let's learn about it. Here's KG.
Yeah, all these glitzy names, and it comes down to Troy Bethke and this guy, Bruce Reekin, dueling down the stretch. A couple of old-time Canterbury trainers, and I got to tell you, Brucey, that was one heck of a race your horse ran. How much did the foundation help? This was career start number 4.
Well, obviously it helps, going 6 furlongs because these horses had never went that far before. And I usually wouldn't put a maiden in a stake race, but there was only 4 winners to speak of, and one of them was Mike's, and she got hurt. She's probably the best one out there. But anyway, and the trouble trip we had last time and the way she closed the stretch, we said if she takes this race okay, we're going to put her in the stake and see what happens. And that's just what we did. Thanks to this man right here.
Tony, you're the man that owns the horse. How much confidence did you have coming in, knowing your horse was still a maiden and you're in a giant stakes race for $75,000?
Oh, I know Bruce Reekin, and he has them ready. And what a way to ruin your conditions. Maiden race and stakes race all in one.
And Bruce, what does this night mean to all of you guys that take care of Minnesota breds on a daily basis here in Shakopee, year by year?
Well, it's what we breed them for, and we buy them for, and race all year is for this day. Me and Tony, we've had some luck over the years, not lately, but it's the one day where we all get together and with our Minnesota breds and see who can take home the trophy.
Congratulations. You're taking that trophy home. Where's Maryland? Right here in the winner's circle at 17-1.
Girls, and they're racing in the $75,000 Northern Lights Debutant Beautiful Dispatch. Wildcat Mini with Wildcat speed in the early stages, and Wildcat Mini sets the pace. Flatter Me Baby right alongside, about a length and a half clear from Mistoletto's cruising up coyly to the inside, and the inside of Longshot Carson Bay. Outside of that, Where's Maryland? Mary B's Legacy, 5 out of it on the inside. inside handheld. After that, we come back to Vintage Port. Vintage Port 8 out of it and overtaken by Competitive Nature, who's on the move. The Debutant cast is covered by 10, and they're chasing Wildcat Mini. Wildcat Mini from Flatter Me Baby. Outside of that, Where's Maryland circumnavigating at 17-1, and behind them is Carson Bay. Mary B's Legacy, the 1-5 favorite, languishing into the final furlong, and up goes Flatter Me Baby. Flatter Me Baby takes the lead from Where's Maryland. A couple of 17-1 shots to blow the tote board to Burnsville. Where's Maryland? She's in the winner's circle as the Debutant champion. How about that? Wow, what a fantastic race. Welcome back to the Dark Star Press Box. It's your announcer, Paul Allen. Where's Maryland? Holy cow, that was great. Congratulations to the Ricans and everybody involved, including Anthony Didier, people who support racing at Canterbury no matter the climate, and have done so for 3 decades. Well done. Congratulations. On to the Princess Elaine, and this is a race of a different color because number 2, Midnight Current, has won this race 2 consecutive years. She's a former Horse of the Year. She's Canterbury Park Immortality, and one of the favorite horses of a member of the Steam team, Angela Herman, who's in the paddock with Kevin Gorg.
Yeah, these are fun races, Ange. These are horses we've grown up watching, and you've got a real affection for the favorite here. As a handicapper, you still got to look at the pages in front of you. You still got to handicap it, take your head over your heart. All that being said, she's a win machine. She's going to take some beating.
She is going to take some beating. It's just because she doesn't need any one certain sort of thing to really go her way, whether it be pace, whether it be post, whether it even be rider. I mean, a number of riders have got along with her in the past, and Midnight Current looks herself. I wanted to get a look at her down in the paddock beforehand because you want to make sure that she is high key, and she definitely is today. She was taking a look over at everybody out in the crowd. She likes what she does. You can tell that she really likes what she does when she gets into race mode, and that's what makes her so special. I mean, there's just a lot of things to like about her, except for usually her price.
Well, and the price right now is pretty fair, although there are a lot of really sharp handicappers that like number 1, Cupid's Crush. One of those guys is our dear friend Jay Litza up in the press box, Minnesota Star Tribune guy, and he's right. On paper, this is the controlling speed, and boy, has she shown affection for the Canterbury turf. You look back in her running lines, she's only run on it twice. She's won both times, once sprinting, once in a route. She looks like lone speed. It's extreme racing. This is far, and I mean far, from a free space on the bingo card for Midnight Current, and I think Cupid's Crush is going to give her one heck of a battle.
No, I would agree, and if you're going to beat her, it might be like Cupid's Crush is probably going to try to do on the front end. You would think that with the rail draw, her hand gets forced a bit, and even though Cupid's Crush hasn't always been on the lead, she has the speed to do so, and when she was getting saddled back there, she looked really, really good. She will have what you look for in a double handler, and she was tugging both of them away from her saddling enclosure, and Cupid's Crush looks very much ready to roll for start. Only number 4 of the year. That's another factor when we get to festival day. Sometimes these horses have had long, hard campaigns, whether it be just the summer or the spring and the summer. Not the case for Cupid's Crush. She had taken off from October to June of this year, and Cupid's Crush has come back just as good as she was before, at least when we saw her sprinting. We'll see what she does when she goes a little bit longer in here, but she'll at least be, I think, dictating things for a while.
She will. Now, Midnight Current, if you go back in her running lines, she is versatile, and I think that versatility is going to be the key to her success tonight. I think she's going to have to use some of that natural speed. She hinted at that last time. That last race, she made a really sharp move in the middle stages, and I think tonight they've got to make a move even a little earlier to keep pressure on that one. You see Midnight Current right now, Ange, in the paddock. You've watched this horse up close for many, many years. What are you seeing?
She looks a little bit more calm, I guess, than I would expect her at this point. There she goes. She heard me talking. That is Midnight.
That's what we're talking about.
That's the one that starts jogging around. That's what you want to see from her. I think that's about all I ask for. I mean, I just want her to be energetic and on her toes. Everything else really up to her and everybody else that's got her ready for this. She's 9 to 5. I act like I own her. I don't. But Midnight Current is still looking for her 3rd race in a row. She'll probably employ the same sort of tactics to do it. It'll just be a matter of whether she can stay clear with some of the horses just to her right who showed more speed in recent times, especially Let's Get Out. She stayed closer last time than she had most of her previous races. Do you think they do the same thing?
Yeah, she's a lot like our favorite. She's got some versatility. You got to tip your hat, though, to Let's Skedaddle. I mean, she has run winning races in 4 consecutive tries, and she's just run into a monster in Midnight Current. 4 straight efforts against Midnight Current. Now, if you go back to last year in May, she got her. She gets her once in a while, but more often than not, she just can't get by Midnight Current. 3-1. Wow, that's a low price. Taking money with that double handler as well. Retired Kathy's got upside, Ange. This is a young 3-year-old for Pete Matson, who comes off a sharp win in the Minnesota Oaks. Deeper water, yes, but I still think she's better on the turf.
Her fans were happy with 12-1 last time, weren't they? Retired Kathy, the winner of the Minnesota Oaks, at a bigger price than she had been since March. And, maybe she won't be 12-1, but 7-2 is pretty fair for the races that she's put together on the turf. And remember, she's a 3-year-old. There is still time for her to grow, mature, get better, and she's already learned how to pass horses. Could be valuable in this group, but she's does have a couple to her right that might try to do the same sort of thing. I'm wondering what path they'll take with retired Kathy, but she definitely has the kick to run these down.
I got to tell you, Midnight Lane might not win this race, but what she did last time out was nothing short of remarkable. They were going moderate fractions, almost 49 to the half mile. She was off the page, and she came flying like she was shot out of a cannon. Now, that was on the main track. We're back on the turf. If you bet her, don't panic early. She might be in another county, but she will be coming late. She's a late steamer, and she's 8-1. Gypsy Reward, Ange, another Mac Robertson horse that can't be overlooked.
A gray with a double handler coming on the outside, who just ran second to Midnight Current. I mean, usually that resume would lead to you taking this horse on top. I know you didn't, but that's just the contentious field that is the Princess Elaine. They are a quality group of 6, and they're headed to the track.
What fun is this going to be, guys? It's $50,000. These are horses that we've seen run for many years. Midnight Current, can anyone get her? She's looking for her 12th win on the Canterbury turf. It's race 6. It's the Princess Elaine, and it's all coming at you next. The incomparable Lynn Dykert brings them onto the John Deere dirt. Then they head to the firm turf course for the 31st Princess Elaine. And here they are. Number 1 is Cupid's Crush, owned by Extreme Racing, trained by Mac Robertson. Serafin Carmona rides. Number 2 is looking to win this race for a 3rd consecutive year. She is Midnight Current, owned by Caroline Bentley's Runnymore Racing. The trainer, Joel Burnt. Eduardo Gallardo rides. Alonzo Quinones is in search of 3 consecutive festival wins. He handles number 3, Let's Skedaddle, for John Mentz and Russ and Paul Sampson, the trainer, Mac Robertson. David Van Winkle trains Retired Kathy, the Minnesota Oaks champion. Pete Matson owns, Chad Lindsay rides. And number 5 is Midnight Lane, owned by Jack Gugesberg, trained by Joel Burnt. Midnight Lane is ridden by Constantino Roman. And Fausto da Silva rides number 6, Gypsy Reward, for Extreme Racing, and trainer Mac Robertson. The Princess Elaine is 5 minutes from now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we thank College City Beverage for Canterbury Park sponsorship, including the Princess Elaine Minnesota Distaff Turf Championship, and we welcome Jason Shearer to the racetrack. He'll be making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Princess Elaine. Jason, welcome back to the track. Princess Elaine on the beautiful firm turf course. Likewise for Angela Herman and KG, and here they are.
Well, Angela, one of the cool things we celebrate on nights like tonight are what we've seen so far this summer. And the bug boy, Serafin Carmona, has grown up like some of these young horses right before our eyes. Just watching the one horse, Cupid's Crush, warming up, he's giving this horse that old Saratoga special. A little extra juice in the warm-up to remind the horse we need to show speed. I love the way this kid rides.
I do too, and he rides honest and hard every time, and if you're going to tell him to go to the front, he's going to send to the front, and I think that's what they're going to do with this filly, just given the position that they have now. He's gotten familiar with her a couple starts in a row. They have not gone right to the lead, but this filly's done this plenty of times in the past. We've seen her sprinting, and those shorter races stretching out into this should just naturally put her on the lead or very close to it.
Yeah, the real question is Midnight Current. Is she going to be a little closer to the pace? And if that pace gets quick, like we saw in the turf route about an hour ago, will that open up for some of the closers? Because we've got horses, PA, like Retired Kathy and Gypsy Reward, along with Midnight Lane, who figure to be charging late. Will the one be loose? Will Midnight Current chase? And keep an eye on those fractions, because as you know, a mile and a 16th is far different than what we run at 7.5 or a flat mile. So the stamina certainly will come into play here this afternoon.
No doubt, and turf riding is different than dirt riding for all these riders. They draft, they hold, they wait. The clocks in the heads are imperative in a situation like this, specifically given the favored mare, Midnight Current, is comfortable on the lead or off the pace. She's even money. Let's Skedaddle used to share a home with Midnight Current. She's 4.5 to 1. Retired Kathy's very interesting here. Minnesota Oaks champion. She's 6 to 1. Midnight Current just took a big win hit. She's down to 1 to 2. As they're at the gate for the 31st, Princess Elaine. This one first was won at Canterbury Downs in 1992 by HOF, the Great Northbound Pride. Ridden by HOF Scott Stevens. Rush Hour Traffic won this race in 2021. The jockey, now trainer, Ruben Fuentes. Some Say So won it back-to-back, 17 and 18. Judd Becker trained for Orlando Mojica and Leandro Gonçalves. Plan a Dance, ridden by jockey Chad Anderson. Won it in 97 and 98. Who's next? Here they come. And they're racing in the 31st, Princess Elaine, and they broken a line. Cupid's Crush with those red blinkers puts the pedal to the metal right out of the gate. And as Cupid's Crush passes us for the first time, the lead is 5, and she's zinging along at 2.5 to 1. Let's Skedaddle. Skedaddle's up to second. Midnight Current is third. Gypsy Reward fourth. After that, Retired Kathy, 10 out of it. Pace Hot. And Midnight Lane would have to win 3 in a row from last and about 12 lengths rear most. Cupid's Crush has that lead at 7. There's no turning back now. Cupid's Crush and Serafin Carmona fully content to go wire to wire in the Princess Elaine. Let's Skedaddle 8 behind her now, 2.5 clear from Midnight Current. Midnight Current, Canterbury Immortality, 11 lengths from the lead, joined to the inside by Gypsy Reward, into the outside by stablemate Midnight Lane. Outside of that, Retired Kathy, wide and in the clear. Cupid's Crush looking to break hearts. Cupid's Cupid's Crush still leads it, and it's a healthy margin. Let's Skedaddle being shaken up by Alonso Quinones. Midnight Current angles to the outside of her. After that, Gypsy Reward, Midnight Lane, and still in last, Retired Kathy, 12 lengths from Cupid's Crush. And Cupid's Crush continues to sail along and do so with a clear lead. Cupid's Crush leads it now by 6. Midnight Current, Let's Skedaddle, Gypsy Reward, all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by this talented filly, Cupid's Crush, who crushed them in the Princess Elaine. Number 1, Cupid's Crush, effortlessly. Photography for the rest. The numbers 1, 2, 3, 6. Third stakes victory for the talented Cupid's Crush. As a 3-year-old, she won the Kurt Sampson Oaks and the Francis Genter. Beaten by Thunder's Rock and Roll in the Lady Slipper. She gets her second win this year and this season as the Princess Elaine champion. In the winner's circle for the trophy presentation, Jason Shear with College City Beverage. College City has been a partner with Canterbury for more than a decade and a half, marketing Anheuser-Busch and Summit brands. Race 6, the Princess Elaine, official. The double from Wares, Maryland paid $203.20. Pick 3 paid $125. The 7th is the Festival Penultimate. It's the Bellinote, Minnesota Distaff Sprint Championship. No scratches, no rider changes. To the gate, 24 minutes from now. Cupid's Crush receiving a well-deserved bath for her excellent work. Brilliant, brilliant effort by Cupid's Crush, heading to the winner's enclosure with Seraphin Carmona. Cupid's Crush is owned by Vicky McGowan's Extreme Racing Stable. And the winning trainer, H.O.F. Mac Robertson. Cupid's Crush is a 4-year-old bay filly by Cupid out of Dazzling Sweetheart. Bred in Minnesota by Mary and Eric Von Segern and Barry Butzo. Theft was on the agenda for Cupid's Crush, and the winning owners are in the winner's circle with Angela.
I do have the McGowans here, winners with Cupid's Crush in the Princess Elaine. Now I'll start off to my right, I suppose. Now Cupid's Crush has done a lot of things in her career, and she took a while off. What happened and what changed with her over the last year to get her in the great condition that she's been in this year? Because she seems like a whole new horse, even better than before.
Yeah, I know she just needed a little break, I think. And, Mac put her out in Kentucky for a little bit, and I think she was ready to go.
And I assume that the game plan was to go to the front with her speed, but I guess at what point during the race did you really start to feel confident that she was going to draw away at the end, because she was very comfortable in doing it easy up front?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch, and she had that big lead, and I'm like, okay, keep it up, and then she did. I was so proud of her.
You guys have had a lot of good, fast horses over the years, but do you have any recollection of any other race of Cupid's Crush that was, I guess, quite so confident as that? Like you thought maybe you had it from the start, because she's won a lot, she's done a lot, but this one looked really like hers from start to finish.
Yeah, this was my favorite. Yeah, by far.
Well, congratulations to you both. She has been quite a ride for all of us to watch and for you two to own, and thank you for sharing her with us. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cupid's Crush, she wins the Princess Elaine.
Ladies and gentlemen, a jockey change in the 8th. The Croc Rock being announced for the first time. Jockey change in race 8. Number 4, Distorted Pro, will now be ridden by Constantino Roman. Constantino Roman now rides number 4, Distorted Pro, in the 8th. And they're racing in the 31st Princess Elaine, and they've broken a line. Cupid's Crush with those red blinkers puts the pedal to the metal right out of the gate, and as Cupid's Crush passes us for the first time, the lead is 5, and she's zinging along at 2.5 to 1. Let's Skedaddle. Skedaddle's up to second. Midnight Current is third. Gypsy Reward fourth. After that, Retired Kathy, 10 out of it. Pace Hot, and Midnight Lane would have to win 3 in a row from last and about 12 lengths rear most. Cupid's Crush has that lead at 7. There's no turning back now. Cupid's Crush and Seraphin Carmona fully content to go wire to wire in the Princess Elaine. Let's Skedaddle 8 behind her now, 2.5 clear from Midnight Current. Midnight Current, Canterbury Immortality, 11 lengths from the lead, joined to the inside by Gypsy Reward, into the outside by stablemate Midnight Lane. Outside of that, Retired Kathy, wide and in the clear. Cupid's Crush looking to break hearts. Cupid's Crush still leads it, and it's a healthy margin. Let's Skedaddle being shaken up by Alonso Quinones. Midnight Current angles to the outside of her. After that, Gypsy Reward, Midnight Lane, and still in last, Retired Kathy, 12 lengths from Cupid's Crush. And Cupid's Crush continues to sail along and do so with a clear lead. Cupid's Crush leads it now by 6. Midnight Current, Let's Skedaddle, Gypsy Reward, all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by this talented filly, Cupid's Crush, who crushed them in the Princess Elaine. Cupid's Crush, holy cow. You let Cupid's Crush get away with fractions like that, and you're going to see the Princess Elaine champion just absolutely dominate. And we go on to the Bella Notte now. This is the 30th running, and this is a compelling race, very compelling race. Extreme Diva, favored on the inside, festival winner from last year, has a host of talented horses racing around her, and we'll see what the race shape looks like. Let's handicap it with Senor Spotty, KG.
Yeah, this is a fun race. I walked down to the paddock and looked at the early odds. I like to see where the early money is going, and it was spread front to back in this field. And before we handicap the race, how about some birthday wishes for Lover Girls trainer Maddie Williams, 40 today. So if you're one of those people that likes to follow the birthday hunch bet, Lover Girls got a real shot in here. The outside horse and the trainer, who's excellent at his craft, is turning 40. So happy birthday to Matt, and enjoy this great stakes race. I'm with you, PA. This race, again, starts for me when you handicap it with the inside horse Extreme Diva. But you and I talked about this in our Today at the Races program, and that post is going to force the hand here of Eddie G. And I'll be very curious to see how much speed she shows, because she's got the talent. She's got the speed figures, but she's a 3-year-old. And if she gets tied up with a pace battle, which I think is going to be quick here, I think the early fractions in this race are going to be fast, set by Thunder's Rock and Roll and maybe one other to the outside. So to me, this is an ultimate jockey's race. And Gallardo's been making all the right moves lately. He's going to need to work out a trip from a very tricky post. Extreme Diva, 3 for 4 on this racetrack. She's the one to beat. She'll be my top pick. St. Serena's not slow. The 2-horse. Pena gets the call here for Mikey Beeler. She's got 5 wins on this racetrack. She's salty, and she's got enough speed to be sitting right there when they bend around that turn. So I would not sleep on a horse like this jumping up and running a big race. St. Serena's going to be a fair price, too. 10-1 morning line, cut in half right now at 5-1. Bob Lindgren's got a big chance here, breeder, owner of the 3 Thunders Rock and Roll. And I love that Bobby runs his horses. And this horse has had a great campaign. She's had some big efforts. She had a little tough luck along the way, but boy, can she fly out of the gate. She can make her own trip. The question mark I had when handicapping is, will she get a breather? She wants to be out front, but she doesn't want to spend all that energy, because you know Extreme Diva is going to be waiting in the wings. That, to me, is the race. Can she get a breather? We'll find out at 5-2. Number 4 is Birdie Be Gone. Come on, Teddy and Pony Up Racing. This is fun, right? One of those just good old-fashioned, hard-trying mares that always shows up. She's got closing kick. She'll sit off that pace, and she'll run her race. Now, she'll need some things to go her way, but I love that they're taking a swing with this good-looking gray. And for all of us up in the press box that know and love Teddy and Heather, we'll be cheering for Birdie Be Gone. Number 5 is She's My Warrior. Here comes the X Factor, folks, because she's got the speed to keep number 3 company early. Can she keep up with Thunder's Rock and Roll? I don't know, but she is fast, and she goes turf to dirt here. She's run well on this main track. 13 starts, 5 wins, 9 for 13 in the top 3. She's My Warrior will, I think, make her presence felt early and often at 7-1. Here comes the birthday boy, trainer Matt Williams. He's got Lover Girl. He's got Luis Fuentes in the saddle. And if that pace heats up, if they do indeed go fast, to me, the race within the race is, when does Extreme Diva make her move, and what does Lover Girl do to follow her? She'll have the outside path, which I think will give her the run of the race. What an intriguing race to handicap. This is what a stakes race is all about. All 6 have a chance to make history and run into the history books forever. It's the Bella Notte Minnesota Distaff Sprint Championship. They're running for $50,000. Right now, these well-behaved ladies are leaving the paddock. Soon we'll get the best bugler in the business, Sir Leonard Dykert, and the call to the post.
To the John Deere Dirt for the Bellanote Minnesota Distaff Sprint Championship, and here they are. Number 1 is owned by Extreme Racing Stables. She is Extreme Diva, trained by Mac Robertson in the irons, Eduardo Gallardo. Number 2 is Saint Serena, ridden by Brian Pena. For owners Cheryl Sprick and Richard Bramer, the trainer, Mike Beeler. Number 3 is Bob Lindgren's Thunder's Rock and Roll. John Arnett trains. Alonzo Quinones rides. Number 4 is Birdie Be Gone, owned by Teddy G's Pony Up Racing, trained by Mike Beeler. Birdie Be Gone is ridden by Fausto da Silva. And number 5 is She's My Warrior. This one is owned by Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Tim trains. Constantino Roman astride. And Luis Fuentes has number 6, Lover Girl, for Gary and Brenda Bergsrud, the trainer, Matt Williams. That is the lineup for race number 7, the 30th running of the Bellanote Minnesota Distaff Sprint Championship. This one is provided by Kim Crawford Wines. And race time is 5 minutes from now. And Bellanote makes the move on the stablemate, and Bellanote cuts the corner with a three-peat on her mind. Chick Fight's tired, that's it for her. Hidden Gold can't catch Bellanote. Then it's Becker County Miss, but the horse with the Halloween silk spooked them again. It's Bellanote. She goes back to back to back as the Distaff Sprint champion.
We just got to watch Bellanote win the Distaff Sprint for the 3rd time. Not an easy feat in any of these festival races, but I am here with Gretchen Eaton. And you're a big part of the Bellanote story. Bellanote has been a big part of the Minnesota racing story. What does Festival Day mean to you and the legacy that Bellanote has left behind?
Well, it's such an important day in my history, my husband's history. We put so much time and effort, as do the other Minnesota breeders, into our foals, our babies, our mares, our farms. It's kind of like watching your kids at a school play. They're your kids, and they always will be your kids, no matter where they go. And unfortunately, we lost Bella last year in a really freak a stall accident. So she was in foal to dialed in. So we don't really have anybody to follow up where she left off, but seeing things like this is just so important to me as a breeder, that she was such a part of Canterbury's history. So, and the honor of having this race named after her just means so much.
She has meant so much to the history. I'm sorry I'm getting emotional with you. Festival Day is very emotional for a lot of reasons. And if you were to tell anybody here who has maybe not owned a Minnesota bred before, or has never bred a horse, what would you tell them about the experience that you love so much about it that would make somebody want to do it themselves?
It's just such high. I mean, it's just so much fun to be part of such a sport that in such an agricultural industry. It's just so much fun. I mean, if you can get involved in a partnership, that's a great way to go. There are partnerships available. I'd suggest doing that if you have any interest at all. It's just great. It's just so much fun.
You and Art have been so much a part of the festival. I've grown up watching your horses. I thank you so much for being here today with me, letting me talk to you. Thank you for your time, and thank you for all the memories that you really have put into Minnesota racing. It's been an honor to know you and an honor to have you a part of all of this. We miss you, Bellanote, and everybody here in the Winter Circle, but I know you've made plenty of visits over the years. Thank you for everything, Gretchen.
Thanks, Angela. You've been a big part of it, too. And appreciate the friendships we've made over the years. I think that's one of the biggest parts if you're going to get into this. It's just there's so many nice people that do this. And I have friends that have lasted a lifetime, 30 years, that I met here.
I think that there's a lot of bonds around here that will last for many years. Thank you again, Gretchen. And thank you all for being here tonight. It wouldn't be the same without all of the people that make Minnesota racing so special, including yourself. Thank you again, Gretchen.
One minute. Let's get some final thoughts on the Bella Notte from KG.
Thank you, PA. Yeah, watching him warm up, there's a good look at Extreme Diva. The only question I have with this horse is the trip. The inside post might force the hands of jockey Eduardo Gallardo, but she's going to be right there, I think, poised to pounce. I thought the 2 St. Serena got a little warm here in her warm-up, so we'll keep an eye on that because the night has cooled down. It's not warm enough where these horses should have any excess sweat. And I loved what I saw from She's My Warrior. She's the X factor in terms of speed up front. To me, this is a jockey's race, PA. The trip starts with Thunder's Rock and Roll. I think she's controlling speed, but I feel like she might have company. We'll see where Eduardo Gallardo takes Extreme Diva. Can Extreme Racing go back-to-back, or will we have another upset? The intrigue is on. The late double is here. The 7th of 8 stakes races. Oh, what a night.
Oh, what a night indeed. Where's Maryland winning earlier at 17-1 in a spine tingler. Now Extreme Diva. With that one post, she's even money. And she was the Northern Lights Debutant champion last year. She won the Northern Lights Debutant going 110-4 from the one post. And when she came off a layoff this year in a state bred allowance race for nearly $40K, she went 10-3 and won by 5 and change from the two post. So being inside has not been problematic for Extreme Diva. Jockey Alonso Quinones is trying to win his 3rd festival race, and he handles Thunder's Rock and Roll as they're at the gate for the Bella Notte Minnesota Distaff Sprint Championship. Welcome back, Gretchen Eaton. Always great to see you. And celebrate the memory of the great Bella Notte. Extreme Diva, even money. St. Serena moves in. The owners inducted into the Canterbury Hall of Fame this year. Thunder's Rock and Roll, 2.5 to 1. And Lover Girl. And they're racing in the Bella Notte, and another perfect start on Festival Day. She's My Warrior with really good early speed, joined by Thunder's Rock and Roll inside of them, St. Serena. After that, Extreme Diva beginning to rev up from 5th, now 4th to the inside with the lime colors. Absolutely full of run to the inside of Birdie Be Gone, and outside of that, Lover Girl. 6 covered by 5, and they have 3 to go. She's My Warrior at 14 to 1. She's My Warrior may have come out to play. She opens up by 2 in the Bella Notte, Extreme Diva between them, and she's moving in. Inside of that, Thunder's Rock and Roll, and Lover Girl continues to sweep in and make a big move. And now they charge down the Canterbury Park stretch in the Bella Notte, and we have a couple locked in battle. She's My Warrior and Lover Girl. Extreme Diva giving everything she has, but it's not good enough. She's My Warrior. She's My Warrior. The Bella Notte champion at 14 to 1. Another upset Festival of Champions Day. This one, She's My Warrior. First. 5-6-1-4. 14-1, over 8-1 for that exacta standby. Official. Pick 3 paid $1,633 from race 5. $1 exacta, $66.40. The superfecta, $39 and a penny. And the 50-cent trifecta, 5-6-1, favored in third, $50.20. Our final live race this festive Festival of Champions Day is the 8th. And the 8th race is the Croc Rock Minnesota Sprint Championship for $50K. Scratch number 3, General Battle Axe. Number 4, Distorted Pro, is now ridden by Constantino Roman. Roman picks up number 4 in the Croc Rock. Post time, 20 minutes from now. Couple of reminders, ladies and gentlemen. We race tomorrow at 1. We have our big Best in Show dog competition. Corgis racing Poodles and Doodles against Dachshunds. They all race against each other tomorrow. And Monday, we have Labor Day racing if you're looking for something to do. CanterburyPark.com for information. We thank Constellation Brands for sponsorship of the Bella Notte. Cheer and be amazingly you during the Festival of Champions with the vibrant flavors of Kim Crawford wine. Available here at Canterbury Park, making racing amazing. Please enjoy the wines responsibly, courtesy of Constellation Imports, Rutherford, California. Into the winner's circle, She's My Warrior and Constantino Roman. The winning owners, Pete Matson and Tim Padilla, and the winning trainer, Tim Padilla. She's My Warrior wins for the 6th time in her career, first time in 2024, and is a 5-year-old bay mare by Warrior's Reward out of Garden Gloves. The mare was bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. All right, KG, the winning owner told us before the races, I think we have an upsetter coming tonight. Here it is.
You know what? We've been doing this a long time. You can't keep this guy out of the winner's circle on big nights. Pete Madsen, you just paid a big, big price. How much fun is it to get the upset home on Festival?
It's a lot of fun. That's what it's all about.
Tim Padilla has done a marvelous job. You guys bred this horse. You own it together. What did he tell you as the days got closer to this big event about how she was preparing? Because last time out in the turf, she did a lot of dirty work going longer, had to have her legged up.
Yeah, she's just a really nice horse, and actually a better horse than she gets credit for. If you look at her races, she's run a lot of nice races.
And she figured to be a part of a pace battle that looked hot on paper, but you guys ended up going out there and dictating terms. How surprised were you that she was quick enough to put some of that other speed away? Because that was Thunder's Rock and Roll's legitimate speed.
Well, I think maybe the jockey deserves a lot of credit for that he realized he could get the lead, and they did. And it's kind of fun to get in front of Bob Lindgren's horses.
Pete Madsen, one of those guys, PA, that, as you mentioned, has a positive attitude and finds his way to the winner's circle on big nights like this.
Pete Madsen is Canterbury Park immortality. And Lover Girl, and they're racing in the Bellinote, and another perfect start on Festival Day. She's My Warrior with really good early speed, joined by Thunder's Rock and Roll inside of them, Saint Serena. After that, Extreme Diva beginning to rev up from fifth, now fourth to the inside with the lime colors, absolutely full of run to the inside of Birdie Be Gone, and outside of that, Lover Girl. 6 covered by 5, and they have 3 to go. She's My Warrior at 14-1. She's My Warrior may have come out to play. She opens up by 2 in the Bellinote, Extreme Diva between them, and she's moving in. Inside of that, Thunder's Rock and Roll, and Lover Girl continues to sweep in and make a big move. And now they charge down the Canterbury Park stretch in the Bellinote, and we have a couple locked in battles. She's My Warrior and Lover Girl. Extreme Diva giving everything she has, but it's not good enough. She's My Warrior. She's My Warrior. The Bellinote champion at 14-1. All right, for a final time, welcome back to the Dark Star Press Box. Festival of Champions 2024, memorable. We had horses who were supposed to win getting beat, horses who many thought had no chance winning races. What a wonderful, festive festival day. And we close it with the Croc Rock. And the current favorite is number 2, the Alligator Hunter. Those connections, at least the owners and trainer who just won the last race, they're trying to go back-to-back. The jockey's trying to win 3. Let's handicap it with the Steam Team.
Well, PA, it's like a great movie, right? There's all kinds of different dramatic moves and plot twists, and here we come. Before the curtain comes down, we get to have one more final scene, one more chance for glory before the curtain goes down on another great night of festival. And, Ange, this race, I think, a real quality way to finish. We've got a carryover chance with Bayou Benny to the inside, but for me, handicapping this race, it's the old guard against the new guard. The Alligator Hunter is one of the best sprinters in the history of this racetrack, and now he faces off against Street Warrior, who's maybe the next star in line.
Yes, he does. And Street Warrior is very early on in his career. There's no specialty to this one yet, but the way that he sprinted in those first 2 starts would sure make you think this is at least one of his specialties. And Street Warrior, even though he opened up not his favorite, is your current 2-1 second choice now behind the Alligator Hunter. Let's start with that carryover possibility by you, Benny, though, because this was your selection in the field. Probably will be coming off the pace. What would be your ideal trip?
Well, I think what we just saw last race works. Turf to dirt works anytime, anywhere, and I love turf to dirt on a closer. I think the pace is going to be hot. I think the Alligator Hunter is going to go. We know who Street Warrior is. I think they guarantee that the fractions are going to be honest. I think Bayou Benny with Fuentes from our guy Gary Shear can sit off and come charging down the stretch. Is he good enough? I don't know, but I think he's a contender here at a 5-1 price. The Alligator Hunter, Ange, we love this horse. 13 for 33. He just loves to do his job. He loves to run. What's the path to victory here tonight?
No, I think that he would want to be close to the pace, I would imagine, just considering he's to the inside of some of the other horses that would want to go for it. So if he wants to preserve his position and not get caught behind horses, that might be what he and Alonso Quinones have to do. Strangely enough, for as solid as this horse is, Festival has not gone very well for the Alligator Hunter. For some reason, he runs so well all year, here, Tampa, wherever they go. And then when it comes to Festival night, just something seems to give. So I'll be curious to see if he can break that pattern in here. We know the Connections always have great nights on these Minnesota bred nights, and the Alligator Hunter's taking plenty of money. He looks composed down here. It's cooled off a little bit. He's kind of warm, but I think that's just him. We scratched General Battle Axe, Distorted Pro. What do you think?
Well, Constantino Roman just won a stakes race. He'll try to sweep the late double. This is an interesting horse because this is a horse that's faced some tough open company. Now we're back with state breds. It's Mac Robertson. It's a beautiful looking horse in the paddock. And it's a horse that has speed but doesn't need the lead. I think Distorted Pro has a real chance. And the hottest handicapper I know in the building right now, outside of Richard Grunder, is Jay Litza. Litza gave me a couple horses a couple hours ago. They've all won. And Litza loves Distorted Pro. So keep that in mind. Street Warrior, here's the youngster. Here's the next wave. One of the superstars in racing at Canterbury. He's undefeated. He's talented. He's fast. Can he do it here?
I think that he would set himself apart. He would put himself in very elite company because only 3 3-year-olds have won this race in the past. That being Bizet, Love the Nest, and Croc Rock, of course, who this race is named for. It takes an awful lot to beat some of these old seasoned pros, including Sir Sterling, but Street Warrior sure has the talent to at least give him a run.
We both think the last horse to get saddled is the first horse home. Sir Sterling, outside post, speed in front. I think he comes and gets him.
I think he does too. So does Paul. On the outside, he's 7-2, opened up with plenty of money, and there we are. You can see the three of us, the Steam Team, on Sir Sterling, looking to pick his winning ways back up in the Minnesota Sprint, the Croc Rock Minnesota Sprint, which will conclude Festival Day. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, and superfectas are what remain on the wagering menu, 5 of them. Set to take off in 8 minutes. Thank you again for joining us on Festival Night. We'll be out in the winner's circle to greet the winning connections of the Croc Rock Sprint.
Lynn Dykert, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Lynn. Here they are for the Croc Rock Minnesota Sprint Championship. Number 1 is Bayou Benny, owned by Winchester Place Thoroughbreds, trained by Hootout Gary Shearer, and ridden by Luis Fuentes. Alonzo Quinones rides number 2, the Alligator Hunter, for Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Tim trains. Number 4, Distorted Pro, owned by Novogratz Racing, trained by Mac Robertson. The rider, Constantino Roman. Street Warrior is number 5 for Suzanne Stables and trainer Joel Burnt. Eduardo Gallardo has the call. And Fausto da Silva rides number 6, Sir Sterling, for Chad Keene and trainer Tony Rengstorff. A quintet for the $50,000 Croc Rock. 5 minutes. Good luck to the candidates here in the 8th race. And the Quick Trip promotion, courtesy of Quick Trip and QuickTrip.com. Make that the Minnesota Lottery. We thank the Minnesota Lottery for sponsorship, not only of this promotion, but season long. Each individual has been assigned a number, and if their horse wins, they win scratch-offs, courtesy of the lottery. Good luck. Two minutes to race time. Down at the finish line, a member of the STEAM team, Angela Herman, here for some final thoughts.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, we're going to put a bow on Festival Day with the Croc Rock Sprint. And a couple of horses that caught my eye both in the paddock and as they came out here were first off Distorted Pro. Distorted Pro looked very good on the track and when he was walking around getting saddled up. At times he's been a bit spirited and at times he gets a bit hot. Not the case tonight. And I have to say Street Warrior, for as hard as he's run in his first 3 starts, as well as he's run, it doesn't really look like he's done any of that. I mean, he looks none the worse for wear. He's a big pile of muscle, and he's 9-5 now, of course. I guess I don't need to endorse Street Warrior, but you can see him on track, though, keeping his composure. I mean, they're all pros. They were getting a bit hot. The Alligator Hunter and Sir Sterling were in that respect, but really they weren't expending too much energy. You can tell that this is a group of seasoned vets who have won a lot of races, made a lot of money. That's why they're all here facing off tonight. We are 1 minute away from the last race of Festival of Champions night. Best of luck. The money continues to go back and forth between the Alligator Hunter and Street Warrior, but I think the latter will end up being your favorite and the one they have to beat in our finale.
And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time. Into the gate for the lucky last, the Croc Rock. Thank you to JTR Roofing for 2024 sponsorship. Providers of the Croc Rock Minnesota Sprint Championship. Contact JTR Roofing for any of your family's home exterior needs. All right, moving in. Distorted Pro goes in. Revital and Street Warrior. Sir Sterling, last in line. Stand by for the Croc Rock Minnesota Sprint Championship. And they're racing to close Festival Day in another brilliant start. Well done by our starter, Oscar Quitos, and his staff. The Alligator Hunter at 7-5 goes hunting for victory. The Alligator Hunter opens up by 3. After that, Sir Sterling takes up the running in second. Then it's Distorted Pro, 3 out of it. And to the inside of Street Warrior, Bayou Benny lags along 8 lengths behind the Alligator Hunter, who leads it by 1.5 off the far turn. Sir Sterling and Street Warrior chase. After that, Distorted Pro, 5 out of it, and 4 clear from Bayou Benny. Middle of the turn, approaching the top of the stretch, and the Alligator Hunter is still clear. The Alligator Hunter will take some catching. Sir Sterling's to the outside. Street Warrior right behind him to the inside as he's coming back to the pack a bit. Then we come Distorted Pro and Bayou Benny. The Alligator Hunter may be in deep water. Sir Sterling striding out to the outside. The Alligator Hunter repels the challenge beautifully. The Alligator Hunter, Alonso Quinones, put a Q around the Croc Rock. What a game effort by the Alligator Hunter. Photo finish. Result of the photo shows the Alligator Hunter is one tough hombre. 2654. Canterbury Park, a round of applause for jockey Alonzo Quinones. He won 3 of the festival races. Festival of Champions Day, one of the most entertaining in recent memory, is official. Pick 4, $3,780. Pick 5, $6,254. The trifecta paid $15.45. It was chalk all odds. Making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Croc Rock, a very, very familiar face and friend in the winner's circle. It's Sir Leonard Dykert. Our bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert, is making the trophy presentation. Congratulations, Len. Here comes the Alligator Hunter. Well done, Alonzo. 3 victories for Alonzo Quinones. The Alligator Hunter is owned by Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Tim Padilla is the winning trainer. The Alligator Hunter, with earnings at right around $500,000, is a 6-year-old chestnut son of Overanalyze out of Garden Gloves, bred in Minnesota by the winning owners Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Back to the winner's circle. Here's Angela.
Yes, I have this familiar face off to my right. Pete Matson, you score again with a half-sibling now to the last winner you had here in the winner's circle, the Alligator Hunter. What a fighter he is.
Yeah, he's outstanding. That's his 3rd stakes that he's won this year. So awards time at the end of the year, he should be in line.
Well, Festival, he's tried a couple of different routes, and he's had very good years. This is the year when Festival goes his way. What do you think the difference was?
I just think he runs hard every time, and today was his day to run hard again.
Well, you've had a great festival day this year. Tell us what Minnesota racing means to you for breeding, owning. You're so much a part of this. To cap it off with a win, and a win like that, put it into words.
Well, it just shows what a good accomplishment that you've acquired when you've decided who you're going to breed to. You breed them, you raise them, you train them, and then when they come and they win the Minnesota bred races, it just makes you so proud, and makes me think of Cam Casby every time I win one of these races, because she was always the big challenge. to be as good as Cam.
I think that Cam would be very proud. Maybe she wouldn't be watching the race, but she's looking down and she's smiling on what we've done tonight and what you've done tonight, because this has been a great festival and in big part to you. Thank you,
As long as
Pete.
we didn't beat her.
As long as you didn't beat Cam, everything is good.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Pete. Congratulations. Time to go celebrate. You're a winner again with the Alligator Hunter. The Alligator Hunter wins the sprint.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Impeccable work by our television department, and on behalf of said department, Canterbury's management team, and all of us here in the Dark Star press box, a very, very special day of racing at Canterbury, and thanks for being part of it. And they're racing to close festival day in another brilliant start. Well done by our starter, Oscar Quitos, and his staff. The Alligator Hunter at 7-5 goes hunting for victory. The Alligator Hunter opens up by 3. After that, Sir Sterling takes up the running in second. Then it's Distorted Pro, 3 out of it. And to the inside of Street Warrior, Bayou Benny lags along 8 lengths behind the Alligator Hunter, who leads it by 1.5 off the far turn. Sir Sterling and Street Warrior chase. After that, Distorted Pro, 5 out of it, and 4 clear from Bayou Benny. Middle of the turn, approaching the top of the stretch, and the Alligator Hunter is still clear. The Alligator Hunter will take some catching. Sir Sterling's to the outside. Street Warrior right behind him to the inside as he's coming back to the pack a bit. Then we come Distorted Pro and Bayou Benny. The Alligator Hunter may be in deep water. Sir Sterling striding out to the outside. The Alligator Hunter repels the challenge beautifully. The Alligator Hunter, Alonso Quinones, put a cue around the croc rock. What a game effort by the Alligator Hunter.
Cheers.